Okay, good morning to all of you present here and to those watching us on YouTube. Welcome to the showcase the collaboration of FAPESP with the University of Birmingham and introducing the University of Birmingham Brazil Institute. And for the opening remarks, we have here the Professor Márcio de Castro Silva Filho, the Scientific Director of FAPESP, and Professor Robin Mason, Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University of Birmingham and Brazil Institute. Professor Mason was honored by the Brazilian government with the Order of Rio Branco in 2022. And to open this session, we'll give the floor to Professor Márcio de Castro, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to FAPESP. I would like to, first of all, to greet Professor Robin Mason and all the delegation from the University of Birmingham for being here with us in this very exciting moment. We share a lot of common and mutual interests related, of course, to science and higher education. And according to our already established connection, so it started more than 10 years ago. And we see that this is one of the most fruitful collaborations we have right now. So with several calls, a very active partnership. And we look really forward to see this going up more and more higher and to see the community of researchers within the state of São Paulo and the University of Birmingham trying to target some problems or making this knowledge, advancement of knowledge to high altitudes. And we are delighted to have you here, and I wish you all a very exciting workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Márcio. So, Dr. Mason, the floor is yours.
Bom dia. Good morning, everyone, in the hall and also online. It's so nice to be back at FAPESP with our good friends and partners. And Márcio, you're absolutely right that it's our first round, I think, was in 2012. As a university, we've been engaging with Brazil for decades, but we really started purposefully in 2011. So actually, FAPESP has been with us right from the beginning, and I genuinely mean it when I say it's always been great to work with FAPESP. And I think a big part of that is because FAPESP is, if I may say so, run by proper scientists and academics, and so it's always been about the quality of the academic work and the advancement of knowledge. And I think we'll see today, I hope we'll see today, I'm sure we'll see today in the workshop, just some examples of where the projects between the University of Birmingham and FAPESP really have advanced knowledge and made some scientific breakthroughs. The other thing that I think is a really important measure of the success of our collaboration over 12 years now and longer is the fact that projects that have been initiated through the Joint Seed Fund have gone on to grow and attract more funding from other sources. I'm always asked by my university to demonstrate a return on investment. Perhaps it's the same for FAPESP. The FAPESP Seed Fund is the easiest one to demonstrate a return on investment. We've only done it for the first 4 of 5 rounds because the latest round was in 2023, so it's still a little bit too early. But in the first 4 rounds, we have calculated that for every realis put into a project, it's generated, and I can be quite precise, 11.9 realis in external funding. So it's a multiplier of almost 12. And I think that is another external validation of the quality of the work that is enabled by our seed fund. We've got, I hope everyone will agree, a really interesting workshop that shows also the diversity of projects that have been supported. I'm going to get this wrong, so I'm going to read a little bit. We've got sessions covering diversities, inequalities and inclusion, environmental sustainability, and I'm going to come back and say a little bit more about that in a moment. Health and aging, where actually one of our academics, Professor Sokar, do remember to mention your latest success, because that's a really good example of how FAPESP Birmingham seed funding has really grown into fantastic external recognition, and transport solutions. And of course, we could have done many more, but there's only room for a certain number of presentations. The last thing that I'd like to say is that we had a bit of a pause because of the pandemic. So the fourth round was in 2018. The last round was last year. That actually coincided with a really important development for us at the University of Birmingham, which was the launch of our University of Birmingham Brazil Institute. So this was something that last May we agreed with the Brazilian Minister of Education, Camilo Santana, in a ceremony at the Brazilian Embassy in London, signing an agreement with him to form the Brazil Institute as a way that we could deepen the university's engagement in Brazil. And indeed, shortly after that, we were very honoured to receive from CAPES the award of the Chico Mendes Chair in Environmental Sustainability. So I mention that in part because Brazilian friends and colleagues working in the broad area of environmental sustainability. So that isn't just environmental science, it's also the social sciences, humanities, as well as the more natural and life sciences aspects of environmental sustainability. This is a 5-year program where a senior Brazilian academic with a postdoctoral fellow and a PhD student can come to be based in Birmingham for up to a year, really to forge those links between Brazil and the UK. We'll be the very first Chico Mendes Chair will be starting on the 1st of August, but we'll also be on the 1st of August announcing the second round. So I encourage Brazilian colleagues, if that's of interest to you, please do let us know. But back to FAPESP, we're expecting even greater things from the 2023 round. There's the challenge to Birmingham colleagues and Brazilian colleagues. You've got to beat 11.9 as the multiplier. And we look forward to discussions later today about how we can do even more together between the University of Birmingham and FAPESP to build on the really evident successes that we've had over the last 12 years. One last thing, if I may speak directly to my University of Birmingham colleagues, you've been great this week, so you've just got to keep it up now throughout today. I'm sorry I haven't had as much time to be with you as I wanted. I haven't been very well during the week, so I've been taking the opportunity to rest. But for me, this is the high point of the week because I get to hear all about your projects. So enjoy, because I'm really looking forward to what you're about to tell us. But Marcio, thank you so much. It's great to be back. Thank you.
So we appreciate the participation of Professors Marcio and Robin, inviting them to take their seats in the audience. And now pass the floor to Professor Thiago Alegre from Unicamp.
Obrigado, Marcelo. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy. Bom dia. I'm very happy to be here, and I know that you guys from Birmingham University have a very busy week, flying all over the country. But I'm sure that you bring enough Cadbury chocolate to keep up with that. So, and as Professor Robin said yesterday, so we saw the Am's bush yesterday, so today it is the main course. So that's what we think will be. So I invite you for the first session, which is the approach for diversity, inequality, and inclusion. And I'm happy to ask Professor Paime Adab, I think I speak correctly. She's a public health physicist, physician, and professor of chronic disease, epidemiology, and public health in the Institute of Applied Health at University of Birmingham, of course. She's also led the PHRASE Consortium, which is part of the NIHR School of Public Health Research. Her research interests are in chronic disease, epidemiology, and behavioral medicine. This includes a portfolio of work on obesity, prevention, and management, particularly in children and minority ethnic groups, as well as research on epidemiology. She currently chairs the NIHR Public Health Research Committee and is a member of Obesity Health Alliance and Independent Obesity Strategy Working Group. She was an expert advisor for the UKNI Health and Care Excellence, NACE, and Obesity, and a Trust of Association of Obesity in UK. She's a member of MRC, NIHR Methodology Advisor, and part of the College of Experts of the European Respiratory Society in Standing Evaluating Committee. So a very long history, but a round of applause for our chair, Professor Paime Adab.
Thank you, and bon dia. I have the pleasure of chairing this morning's session on approaches to diversities, inclusion, and inequalities, a very important and topical area. So we have 4 speakers, or 4 topics that were going to be discussed by a number of people, and I think my task is to keep us to time. So I will do my best to do that. After each of our talks, we will have a few minutes for questions. And I'm going to introduce our very first speaker who will be online. It couldn't join us in person. So we'll start with a talk by the Changing Language and Literacy Landscape of Brazilian Universities. And Professor Marilyn Martin-Jones will speak to us about that. I'm going to ask each of our speakers to introduce themselves briefly rather than me doing it so that we can save time. So over to Professor Marilyn Martin-Jones, please. Thank you.
Bom dia, la Universidad de Birmingham. I'm really sorry that I'm not able to join you in person for the special workshop at FAPESP. And warm greetings to my Brazilian and British colleagues who are there in São Paulo. In the 10 minutes available to me, I will first provide a brief sketch of the ways that I've engaged in really rewarding collaborations with colleagues in Brazil over the years. I will then say a few words about a publishing project I'm currently engaged in with Brazilian colleagues. This is the my Brazilian colleagues in both teaching and research. My collaborations around teaching were in 2011 and 2019. In 2011, I taught a graduate program on multilingualism organized at Unicamp by Marilda Cavalcanti and Terezinha Maher. And in 2019, I contributed to a winter school on language, globalization, abilities, and inequalities. And that was organized by Isabel Magalhães at the University of Brasilia. Research collaborations involved work on publications and empirical work. 2018 saw the publication of a book edited by Marilda Cavalcanti and Terezinha Maher at Unicamp in a Routledge series that I established in 2008. The title of the book is Multilingual Brazil: Language, Resources, Identities, and Ideologies in a Globalized World. It was launched by the editors at the University of Birmingham in March 2018, during the university's Brazil Week. In 2019, I spent a good part of that year in Brazil doing empirical work with colleagues. we ran a small-scale research project on the changing language and literacy landscapes of Brazilian universities. The research was based in 2 federal universities. I worked with 5 Brazilian researchers and 2 British colleagues from our Mosaic group in the School of Education at the University of Birmingham. We conducted 18 extended interviews with academic staff in different disciplines. And staff in senior management positions were also included. In addition, we did participant observation at different events during the year. And since January 2023, I've been involved in editing a special issue of Revista Brasileira de Linguística Aplicada, one of the 2 leading journals in applied linguistics in Brazil. My co-editors are Maria Lúcia Castanheira and Andrea Matos from UFMG. We've chosen to edit an English medium issue so as to ensure that the high quality of the research by the Brazilian authors is visible to an international readership. The title of the special issue is the same as that of the project we carried out in 2019, The Changing Language and Literacy Landscapes of Brazilian Universities. And 2 of the 8 articles are based on that project. The other 6 contributions are from Brazilian researchers from different universities across Brazil. There's also an extended introduction and an afterword. And the afterword is co-authored by 2 researchers, one from the UK and one from Chile. Our collection of articles focuses on 2 kinds of changes taking place in the language and literacy landscapes of Brazilian universities during the same broad time frame. Firstly, increasing diversity within the student population, and the internationalization of higher education research. The articles also provide insights into the challenges and opportunities associated with these changes for both academic staff and students with regard to teaching and learning, research, and knowledge building. First, the changing student population, new diversities. As all Brazilians are aware, in the 21st century, there's been a significant diversification in the student population. Firstly, there's been increasing recruitment of international students at undergraduate and graduate levels. This includes students from the Global South, who are recipients of Brazilian government scholarships. It also includes students from across the world doing year abroad requirements, and also students involved in international partnership programs with specific Brazilian universities. Right, just go back there. Secondly, a much greater number of students from historically marginalized groups in Brazil are now entering higher education, following governmental affirmative action and inclusion policies. These include students of migrant and refugee origin, indigenous students, and deaf students. 5 of the articles in our special issue of Revista Brasileira de Linguística Aplicada focus on the challenges for teaching and learning in the context of student diversity. And the articles address themes such as the following. Firstly, the role of teacher education in developing new critical approaches to the teaching and learning of Portuguese as an additional language. Secondly, the need for more attention to the challenges for students posed by academic literacies and discipline-specific conventions for building knowledge and for displaying these conventions through formal assessment. And also, crucially, to the relations of power underpinning these conventions. 2 articles address this theme, one dealing with indigenous students and one dealing with the learning trajectories of students of migrant and refugee origin. Thirdly, the need to take account of the students' own language and literacy resources and their ways of knowing. And fourthly, the need for a greater understanding of the ways in which sign language interpreters can provide in-class support for deaf students, including Libras, Brazilian Sign Language. Three articles in our special issue focus on policy processes associated with the internationalization of higher education research. policy processes which are guided by the principle of internationalization at home. Each article focuses on a different university, on the specific policy-making processes taking place at the institutional level of that university, and on the particular social actors involved. These three articles provide detailed insights into the ways in which these policy processes are reshaping the working lives of academics, especially in the wake of digitization of communication and the advent of mobile technology, and also ongoing debates and different discourses about change in academic policy and practice across disciplines. A really wide range of themes are addressed in these three articles, drawing on detailed empirical work. Here are some examples. Firstly, change over time in the ways in which academia and academics have formed international research links and partnerships. Secondly, the situated ways in which institutional policy initiatives related to internationalization are being developed, and the various ways in which they are interpreted and acted upon by different social actors. Thirdly, the key role of digital communication in the development of international collaboration, the diverse digital tools and language resources employed, and related workload challenges. Fourthly, the nature of the debates relating to the use of English in research and in publications, and the divide between disciplines, e.g. between the sciences and engineering disciplines on the one hand, and social sciences and humanities on the other. Fifthly, the challenges for individual academics relating to differential evaluation of outputs in Portuguese and in English in some university contexts. And finally, the contrast between the use of multiple language resources in data gathering and data analysis, and then the monolingual nature of publications based on this. Well, given the time constraints, I'm afraid this is all I can cover this morning. But for those who are interested, Mary Ellison has copies of the references to the articles in this forthcoming special issue of Revista Brasileira de Linguística Aplicada. Like many journals in Brazil, it is organized on an open access basis. Bom dia.
Marilyn, thank you very much for that overview. I don't know if you can still hear us. Hopefully you can. We have a few minutes for questions for Marilyn, if anyone would like to find out any more about some of the things she's related. Oh, please, go ahead.
Good morning, Marilyn. Now we can see.
Good morning. Bom dia.
Bom dia. So actually, I'm not from the area, but I'm very curious about what are the changes that you saw over this decade or so from the students in UK compared to the students in Brazil, especially related to the digitalization of communication, because that's something that I felt very hardly, especially in the pandemics. But afterwards, like in class, I also teach for young kids, and they sort of like now they have a different way to communicate between them and actually with the others. Like for example, here in Brazil, WhatsApp is very popular, so the students actually take notes and exchange notes for lab notes on WhatsApp, which is for me is crazy. So. But what are the parallels that you can make between UK and Brazilian students in that area?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, that's great. Very interesting question. You're very welcome to join our project. We were not looking at doing a comparative study, but the design of the study in Brazil came out of my own experience of working in the Brazilian context and seeing how differently the students cope and the staff cope with the day-to-day processes of teaching and learning. I was struck, for example, by the very active use of WhatsApp in Brazil by staff and students. I think it's not quite working the same way, but here in Britain with the use of that particular facility. But it would be very interesting to do a comparative study. In terms of the students in Brazil at the moment, I think what's striking is that the diversity in Brazilian universities is much more recent than it is in the UK. So the universities are only now beginning to respond, to develop new ways of thinking about Portuguese as Português como língua adicional, and so on. So there's some very interesting thinking going on in that particular field, and it's worth looking quite closely at, especially at Unicamp, in fact.
Thank you. Is there time for one more question, I think? Please, yeah.
Hi, yeah. Hi, Marilyn. Very interesting topic of research. We were actually discussing a lot during this week. Adriana Esquivel-Milbert from the University of Birmingham, forest ecologist, so from another field. But we were discussing this week about ways of collaborating. So, and I was curious to find what you think has changed over time with your research on ways of collaborating between Brazil and UK.
Oh, yeah, the work that we did, the project we did in 2019, that was out of that particular research came a quite striking difference between those who'd been working in Brazilian universities for quite a number of years and those who were more new appointees. And those who are the older members of staff will find it quite difficult to deal with the changes. They're quite striking. Many of them had gone overseas to do PhDs on an individual grant, whereas and before the days of the internet, and so the current situation in terms of building collaboration is very, very much dependent on digital communication, and often with issues around workload and working late into the night because of time differences and so on. But also facilitated, as we are being facilitated today by the extraordinary resources available digitally.
Thank you. I'll just ask one final question and I think then we'll move on. So I was very interested that you talked about how there'd been widening diversity in terms of inclusion of language and some abilities. And I wondered what your thoughts on where else the focus should be on further widening inclusion in future, because there are maybe other aspects. What are the priorities for widening diversity for students beyond what's happened?
Well, I think that Brazilian scholars are very much on top of this, and those who are concerned with this area. But Brazil has been a very welcoming country, and not just welcoming migrants and asylum seekers and refugees, but also welcoming deaf people into the university, providing sign language support in the classroom, indigenous students, looking at assessment in new ways. And of course, diversity varies across Brazil, so different universities are doing different things. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But it's newer in Brazil than it is in the UK.
Marilyn, thank you very much for that introduction to the changing landscape. And I think we'll thank Marilyn and move on, if that's okay.
Good luck for the rest of your day.
So I'd like to welcome Angela Martins, who is from the University of Birmingham and is going to talk to us about the researching inequalities faced by migrants informal workers in Brazil, Europe, and Western Africa.
Bom dia a todos e todas. Vai ser projetado? Morning, everyone. I'm Angelo Martins, Jr. I'm assistant professor in sociology at the Department of Social Policy, Sociology, and Criminology. And I'm also the director of our international mobility programs. Just before I start talking about my work very quickly, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here today because my first scholarship was Iniciação Científica from FAPESP. And also, by coincidence, I'm sharing this panel with a long-term collaborator and friend, Professor Walter Silvério, and just realized that we would be together here today. So I've been developing ethnographic research on difference, intersectionality, and social inequality with a decolonial sociological approach in order to contribute to debates on migration and modern slavery and also precarious working conditions. So I've been, my research agenda has been around on the question of how difference of race, class, and gender, often rooted in colonial legacies, they continue to shape inequalities faced by marginalized and criminalized groups, such as, so I've been working with migrants and informal workers in Brazil, Europe, and Western Africa. And I've been developing collaborative international research, but also impact projects with academics, NGOs, and activists and policymakers in Brazil. So, for instance, I've been doing research looking at difference and colonial legacies shaping the experience of Brazilians in London, funded by CAPES Brazil, in collaboration with colleagues also from UFSCar, Federal University of São Carlos. So, based on my own experience working and living with Brazilians in London, I realized how diverse in terms of backgrounds and reasons to migrate the Brazilian population was, and how they were often talking about conflict and wanted to keep distance from other Brazilians in our uncivilized culture, right? So you can see a quote from a Brazilian woman saying that she wanted to run away from Brazilian and our uncivilized culture and be close to British civilized culture and spaces, right? So I've done 2 ethnographic research in place of work and leisure. These 2 books are a result of them. So I challenge the literature framing the so-called transnational migrant as this generic, homogeneous global South worker living in a community built on so-called ethnic solidarity. So actually, I saw how historically constructed difference of race, class, and gender, which take us back to the presence of enslaved Africans as well as Europeans in the formation of our nation. They travel with Brazilians to London and differently shape their journeys, right? So their life chances, but also how we interact with each other. So instead of talking about ethnic solidarity, Brazilians were often trying to distance themselves from their stigmatized positions as migrants, because migrant is the social problem in Europe nowadays, right? It's constructed as such. And also from our Brazilianness compared to the historically imagined and white civilized Europeans. So following this logic, I've been then developing a research on looking at the colonial legacies to problematize debates on modern slavery discourse. For the Brazilians here, this is a policy that I'm going to talk about now that is different to our own legislation on conditions analogous to slavery. So the modern slavery debate in the global north, it started in the late 90s when activists, NGOs, and politicians, they turned to the history of transatlantic slavery to call some situations of exploitation today as modern slavery, right? So the Convention of the Transnational Organized Crime framed trafficking and smuggling as a problem of criminality, as a question of crime control. So this is a quote from a former Italian Prime Minister, Matteo Renzi, that he says that the human traffickers are the slave traders of the 21st centuries, and they should be brought to justice. So the NGOs and the politicians, the parallel that they make between the transatlantic slavery and what they call modern slavery today is that slavery would reduce human beings to objects, right? So it's a matter of individual traffickers, malignant traffickers, people reducing people to objects and selling them. So you can see their campaigning materials. They make extensive use of images that portray victims as commodities, objects, you know, suffering bodies without agency and voice. And obviously, as you can tell, there's also a strong gendered aspect when you construct them. But then we've been problematizing research, has been problematizing the discourse, because the dominant discourse of modern slavery frames the suffering of people as an individual matter, right? As a matter of evil people. And this moves the focus away from the structural inequalities and the role of the state and the law in producing vulnerability to abuse and exploitation, right? So they forget, for instance, that transatlantic slave trade, it was already modern. And in Portuguese, we call it escravidão moderna, the transatlantic slave trade, right? It was an economic, political, social, and legal system, very profitable, that depended on the state and the law to exist, right? So it wasn't just a matter of bad people. And also when we look at the discourse of modern slavery and the experience of the so-called victims, like they are victims and obviously they are being abused, but we can see that the modern slaves, they want to, or they need to move in search of greater freedom. Transatlantic slaves, they didn't want to leave Africa and come to Brazil, right? So anyway, so then our project is funded by the European Research Council. It was a 5-year project and it's finishing now. We refocus the historical parallel. So we say, okay, the history of transatlantic slave trade is important, but we change the focus here. So let's not look on the transport into slavery, but on the efforts of people to escape from slavery, right? So we've been looking at efforts of those trying to escape from transatlantic slavery, so fugitives, with the efforts of people today trying to escape or to practice freedom in context of extreme control and restrictions of rights nowadays, such as irregular migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers in Brazil and Europe, migrant women, sex workers, Brazilian sex workers in Europe, and young workers in the fishing industry in Ghana. So we can see then some historical continuation of structural inequalities and legal systems that shape the lives of people and groups that appear in dominant discourse as at risk of modern slavery, such as immigration policies, border control, and global socio-economic policies that remove rights and from people. So, because these structural inequalities and restrictive policies, when they remove people's access to basic rights, such as to move, to have a decent job, housing, education, people are vulnerable to exploitation because they become dependent on others in order to move and to survive, right? So solidarity and exploitation are two faces of the same coin here, which is the lack of access to rights and then dependency. So anyway, my time is almost done. So I've been developing several collaborative international funded projects then with Brazil, as I mentioned here, but also, as I said, public engagement and impact projects, right? So that building movement, it was funded by the British Council. So we developed a series of online lectures, and we developed a course about what produces violence with colleagues from UFSCar. That Vitória Regia, you see there in English version, this was something that we produced with sex workers to look at the impact of the pandemic on the lives of sex workers. So they produced that material, and it comes with a guide as well on how to access public health and so on. And that Direitos and Liberdades, we are going to actually launch tomorrow at the Museum of Immigration here in São Paulo at 10 a.m. if you would like to come. So it was made by 10 sub-Saharan Africans. They're talking about their experience here on trying to access law in order to regularize themselves and so on. So all the inequalities and discrimination that they face. And we also made a film at the top. It's a film we're going to show tomorrow at the Museum of Migration. But then this is with the experience of sub-Saharan Africans in Ipswich, in England. And just to finish, we also have, we just launched at the University of Birmingham, the Stuart Hall Archive project, as for those on social sciences, and know that the cultural studies was pretty much born at the University of Birmingham, right? So Stuart Hall and others, they were there, and we have the archive there, and we are keen to now develop connections with Brazilian colleagues, for instance, to work on the archive. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the fascinating talk.
A nice presentation. It's not a question, but one news that you need to share with the people. How incredible was the 27 African persons who is went from the seashore of Africa to Europe, but the sea current they brought them to the Amazon River.
Yes.
9 of them was found dead.
Yes.
It's incredible how the situation is right now.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, and that actually it's very sad, but a fascinating example in order even to problematize the debate on modern slavery. Because I'll give you another example, right? So for those that they don't know, so there was a ship that it was found here in Brazil, now in the north of Brazil, in Amazon, with many dead bodies from Africans that they were trying to cross to Europe, and then the current took them here. And so they died during the crossing. So I've worked with many people that did that crossing. They saw people dying, they were also tortured, and etc. But the interesting thing is that using that legal frame of traffic and modern slavery, the European Union is actually taking activists, for instance, that they rescue people from dying from the sea. So there is something called Sea Watch, which is an organization. So they rescue people from dying from the sea. But if they take them to Europe, they're trafficking people. And now so they're facing like probably 30 years of imprisonment. And just very quickly, in the UK, I think 27 bodies were found as well as people were dead inside of a truck, a lorry, because they did the crossing. And it's very interesting because they were dead. So then they said, okay, so they were trafficked, they're victims, right? But if they had not died and they were caught working irregularly or illegally in Chinatown or in any place, then they would be criminals because they would be illegal migrants. They would be arrested and deported. So the line between the criminal and the victims, it's a very thin and blurry line, and they are applied to the same marginalized bodies.
Thank you very much, Angelo, for your nice talk. And my question is, these EDI policies are still a recent phenomenon in Brazil and perhaps in other countries. Last 10 years or so, and perhaps some agencies have started a bit earlier, but still is a recent move. But in the north, for instance, in the US, we see that 9 to 10 states have prohibited EDI policies. And how do you see this balance? So in part of the world is pushing the agencies, universities for inclusion, equity, diversity.
Yeah.
But other ones are in the different moves, so trying to slow this down. So how do you see these two different waves?
Yes, well, for me, it's the way that I work, as you can see, so it's very problematic, right? Because I think we do learn a lot from these collaborations. And then something that I always say, look, I'm a researcher, right? You are an activist, you are an NGO worker. I know how to do research, so that's what I will do. And then we dialogue and we get together, right? But it is very complicated because we are now having a pushback against knowledge as a whole, right? So then this type of inclusions, especially when you're trying to develop type of work that we promote inclusion and diversity, then there is a moral discourse also being used and saying, no, this is not really science, this is identity politics and so on. So it is very problematic. And what I think we should do as researchers is, one, to do research, let's produce knowledge, and then let's collaborate, bring people together, because we need to discuss, we need to debate and promote and produce things together and take our knowledge out of academia, right? Let's talk to people. Thank you.
In in the interest of time, we'll stop. I'm sure there'll be more questions. I'd like to welcome Professor Walter Silverio, I hope I've said that right, to talk about diversity versus cultural differences in Brazilian inclusion policies. Please welcome.
Oh, it's okay. Good morning, everyone. Bom dia a todos e a todas. I want to say thank you to invite me. This is the first time I went here in this building. And the situations are very nice because I found my friend, I meet my friend Angelo. Angelo is a very important person. And first of all, he was my student some years ago. Now is a colleague, is a very strong research colleague. And our subject is more or less the same, but I wanted to say is a very nice, the last project, Stuart Hall project, because I think there are some important things of the use of Stuart Hall in Brazil. I don't think you have the best use of the Stuart Hall in Brazil. Then is a very nice. But I want to say about the diversity versus cultural difference. Brazilian inclusive policy, 2003, 2023, tensions and challenge. I wanted to say I think there are some problem in the use the term diversity in Brazil in the public policies. Then I try to show my argument against the common or general use of the term diversity. Oh, sorry. It's okay? Oh. The coincidence of government considered by analysts as far right and the COVID-19 pandemic was a disaster, causing the death of more than 700,000 Brazilians. There are several interpretations about the impact of indigenous and quilombolas population of this unfortunate conjuncture. However, I would like to present a different interpretation, which is the follow. Okay, it's possible to see. For the first time, number one, for the first time in history, the 1988 Constitution recognized the contribution of Black and indigenous people as an intangible heritage of Brazilian social formation, diversity, which opened up a space for the articulation of public policies aimed at the recognition of this population. Second, during the 90s, the predominance of the procedural models for the proposition and implementation of public policies, for example, in health and education, may have been one of the elements that led to the first law of Lula government on 9 January 2003, which addressed one of the historical demands of Black movement. However, at least three distinct and sometimes contradictory meaning association of the concept of diversity can be observed. One, the idea of social inclusion. 2, affirmative action. And 3, policies of difference. The so-called diversity policies reached a high degree of institutionalization during the period 2003-2010, even though the conceptions guiding them were very disparate and fragmentedly appropriated by the secretaries. There were disputes inside of government about the definition of universalist and differentialist policy proposed to respond to the social movement demands for the recognition of diversity. What changed? With a more procedural perspective, President Dilma Rousseff had already interfered with and shifted procedures related to the participation of social movement in defining and contesting the orientation of the public policy in her first term. What changed? The idea of diversity became the same as the idea of social inclusion. It began to be hegemonically associated of social inclusion. Okay. Let me see here. In the law, yes, in the law and of quality, inequality of rights. Okay, sorry. What is the major problem associated with this conception of inclusion? The main problem is treating the cultural difference only as a deficit of citizenship. That is, we continue to think of citizenship unidimensionally from the economic distributive conception or perspective, which imply an authoritarian conception of citizenship that operates by excluding cultural difference. Then, thus, we can summarize the complexity of the situation as follows. The far right does not admit income distribution, and its preaching has been against any shift in the values of tradition, family, and property. Progressive sectors admit the need for income distribution from a reduced and economically inclusive perspective, for example, the Bolsa Familia program. But the reduction of the economic inequality lacks in recognize the constitutive cultural plurality of the country. One possible alternative to deal with the problem is in the taking seriously in diagnosis and research designs in all areas of knowledge, what the myth of racial democracy, and what developmentalists failed. We have a period to think about the idea, the increase in economic can solve the problem of the inequality. And the Constitution was forced to recognize the culturally plural social formation of Brazilian society. This can be exemplified by a simple shift from the idea of homogeneous nation to a multicultural nation. In the 19th century, the equation to formation of nation state is one people, one language, one territory, equal a nation state. Now, in 21st century, we have several peoples and culture, several languages, and one territory equal a nation state. Here, the map of the indigenous people in regions, states, and the municipalities of the country. You can see you have indigenous people all the country, all parts of the country. This is you have in Brazil 305 ethnical indigenous group. You can see for example, Guajajara, the new minister of indigenous people, the first time in the story of the country, is Sonia Guajajara. This is the other map about the quilombolas in the country. You can see you have quilombolas all the country, and I think we don't have yet a very good or a middle public policy for these people, for this country. Then I hope you can, I talk with Angela, I hope I have a dream to deal with three big problems. How have vulnerable communities cope with the demands of digital learning in the COVID-19? And for example, there are cultural differences, but every young people like to digital tools. Then you can use the digital tools like a strategy. How can we integrate cultural and historical specificity when we design and deploy tools for digital teaching and the learning for minority and the disadvantaged group? How does the collaborative development of digital teach and the learning tools alongside local communities instill resilience in the education system in order to deal with, I can see. I have one research from the African Diaspora Agency Trends and Practice, and a project I stay together with 8 institutions, 5 institutions from Africa continent, and 1 of Caribbean, 1 American, North American institution, 1 in Brazil, about the implementation of the general history of Africa, the country.
Thank you, Professor Silverio. That was a really fascinating talk through. I think we have time for one question, if that's okay. I think we have time for one question, if there is one. Please, Robert.
Thank you. I learned a lot from that talk, and indeed all the others. This is not my area. I'm an economist, so...
we're economists?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Apologies. And therefore apologies for what will be an ignorant question, but 2 definitional questions, I suppose. How should we therefore think about diversity? What's the definition of diversity? And what's the definition of a nation?
Nation state.
Yeah.
Nation state formation in the sociology way. The base is European in the 19th century. And when European, for example, Spain, think about the nation state, you have 1 language, 1 people. Then you have a lot of problem because the Basque problem in the Europe and the Spain is a big problem. The equation exclude the minorities, okay? This is the big problem. You have the problem until now. In the Brazil and America in general, you have slavery trade, and you have here the native population. Then, when the European stay here, you have the imposed, the language, the acts, the values. Then, after the independence, you have all the time movements, rebellion, restorations, these people against the hegemonic values of European. All the time, you can see in the history this kind of resurgence. After 1908, in our country, you have a lot of social movements. The base of the reivindication was your identity. I wanted to take again my identity. Then you have, for example, the idea is possible. You have languages, dead language. Again, you have some example here in Brazil. Then diversity in the way of economists is you need to erase the cultural heritage to think all the people is needed the same. This is a very problematic way to think about the solution of the inequality. You need to consider the plurality of the experience. For example, the Quilombola people and the indigenous people knew about a lot of forms to take care yourself of your health. You need to learn with these people and not impose a kind of medicine like we make in this day. I don't know if it's okay.
Professor Silveria, thank you. I think you've given us a lot to think about there, and really appreciate that fascinating talk.
Thank you.
Many thanks. So for our final talk, we have three important people coming to talk to us. So we have, can I invite Dr. Carmel Mavarek from the University of Birmingham, Professor Cristiano de Paula, and Professor Maria Cristina Teixeira. Hopefully I've said those names right, who are going to talk to us about understanding and developing cognition and emotion in autistic children. So please welcome.
We were hoping to have some audience participation. So I'm just trying to set up something on this computer. So give me one second. Yeah, okay.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's always an emotion to come back to FAPESP. I also have a scholarship on a master's degree, last century though. So it's always good to be back. I'm Cristiane Silvestre de Paula. I work with child mental health and autism at University of Mackenzie. We are collaborating with Carmel and other professors at University of Birmingham more than 7 years already. So a few projects, and today we were talking about, okay, he was talking about that. So yeah. So I'm an epidemiologist. I'm a psychologist by training, but I did epidemiology at Federal University of São Paulo. I think that's it, yeah.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Cristiane. I am Maria Cristina. I am a psychologist. I work at Mackenzie University also in our graduate program about developmental science, human developmental science. And I am from Cuba. My undergraduation was in Cuba. And now I work at Mackenzie, and we have a long collaboration with Birmingham in the autistic area. We work with different children with neurodevelopmental condition, not only autism, also ADHD, genetic syndromes, intellectual disability. And my area of the research is focused on inclusion in educational context. I work a lot with professors and teams of special education, contribute with the inclusion, with the adaptive functioning, and other areas. Recently, I finished a big project with FAPESP, with two important students in my area with master and doctoral fellowship. And we intensified a lot our collaboration with Birmingham during the CAP Sprint, Mackenzie CAP Sprint, that started in 2018 or 2019, I don't remember now. But it's a pleasure to be here today.
Okay, so now hopefully we're ready, but this needs to come up a little bit later, so I still need the slides first, if that's okay. So can I have the slides? Yeah. And sorry, and I am Carmel Meverak. I'm a cognitive neuroscientist in the School of Psychology at Birmingham University, and I am also affiliated to both the Center for Developmental Science, which is where our collaborative work with Mackenzie has flourished, and also the Center of Human Brain Health at the university. Shall I just leave that, or? They're also here, yeah, I mean, I can use it. Yep. I can use it from, not this one, but it's on the, if you'll go to, just a second, no, it was on the, okay, now I understand what I need to do, so okay, I'll do it, just a second. I'll get away from this. And I'll open it from here. And we'll, in just a second, and then I'll open that again. Bear with us, we're nearly there. I'll just do that again, and I'll move to the other one. So just a second. Yeah, exactly. Yes, okay, that should be fine. Yeah, okay. Perfect, okay. So after 10 minutes, we can start our presentation, the last presentation of this session. So hello again, everyone. Is it this side or the other side? Yes. So to try and dive in quickly now. So we are going to talk to you about a few projects that we've been collaborating on in the topic of autism specifically. Autism or autism spectrum condition is something that is experienced by about 2% of the population, and it is characterized by both persistent difficulties in social communication and social interactions, but also in restricted and repetitive behaviors and interests. Of course, by the way, when we talk about autism, we always need to remember that this is a heterogenic condition. Manifestation of autism in one individual might be very different than another. So we should always be cognizant of that range of behaviors. But importantly, autism incorporates both cognitive and behavioral and emotional difficulties. And these can become quite a barrier for both inclusion and outcomes for autistic individuals. So the projects we will very briefly try to present to you today touch upon both of these things, on the cognition side of autism, but also a little bit about the emotion regulation side of autism. So in terms of cognition, the focus today will be on attention in autism. Attention is this ability to focus on a part of what we're facing and be able to ignore and suppress distraction, right? So, I mean, you need to listen to what I'm doing now and avoid distractions from your phone, for instance. But maybe after a while you've heard enough and you want to disengage your attention from me and go back to your phone, right? So attention is not just the fact that we're focusing on something, it's much more dynamic, and we need it in everything we do. Now, in terms of autism, we know quite a lot about atypical attention processes in autism. In fact, from very, very early ages, so a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, we can already see difficulties in disengaging attention and shifting it elsewhere. So really from a very early age. There's also up to 50% of autistic individuals will meet diagnosis criteria for ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So it's very, very clear that attention and autism go hand in hand. The other thing that is important here is that attention in autism is very much linked to academic skills, to academic outcomes. There are some studies showing that your ability to switch attention or disengage and shift, as I just said, is difficult in autism, is linked to mathematical abilities in autism. And also in a study that we've conducted here in São Paulo, we were able to show that the attention profile of the autistic kids was the best predictor of their academic skills. And this was over and above fluid intelligence measures, for instance. So attention in autism is really quite critical to the outcomes we can achieve for these kids. Now to the good thing. So the good thing is that attention can be developed, can be trained. And this is work that we've done together with colleagues in Tel Aviv University in Israel for a while now, where we've developed a new computerized progressive attention training program, which I'll show you in a second, that tries to train specific attention functions. So sustained attention, selective attention, attention control. I'll show you exactly, well, not exactly, I'll show you a snippet of how it looks. So that's the audience participation part. Let's see if it will work. Oh, did I lose I lost it again, okay. So your patience is needed once more. No, it's not there anymore. Ah, this one, sorry. Yeah, sorry, it is there. But why can't we see it? So maybe I need to leave the, sorry, I need to leave the presentation, probably, no. This one, maybe escape, yeah. Perfect, oh, yeah, perfect, okay. Let's see if it works. You are very patient, I'm thankful. Okay, so this is what you need to do. You're going to see these cars on the carpet, like in your playroom or whatever. And what you need to tell me as quickly as you can, so I need you to be, committed. Tell me whether the top example, that car at the top, whether it's presented or not, okay? You'll have all kinds of cars, but I need you to tell me as quickly as you can if the top car is there or not. Fair enough? On board? Let's go. Is it there? Ooh, that was quick. Well done. Okay. Here's another one. Yes, can you see it at the top there? Yeah. Another one. Yeah. Now this is a test or a practice, of your attention, because what you need to do here is you need to be able to shift your what we call the attention spotlight across the different items until you find the correct item. So this is an example of how your attention is needed to perform that task. Okay, this is a certain level of difficulty, and of course the training program includes 32 different levels of difficulty, and you move up according to your own development and your abilities. I'll very quickly jump to another. It's the end of the session. You'll give us a few more minutes. This is another attention task, but very different. What you will see now is a series of little items that form together an outline of a different item. And what I want you to tell me is what the outline you see is of this robot figure. Okay? Yeah, it might become a bit clearer when we'll start. So again, you see the carpet, and on the carpet you will have an array of little items. And that is the outline of a robot. So yes, very good. You're sitting quite far, so I don't know if you can identify the little elements that form this. Can you see? Yeah, these are cars, right? But again, the outline is not a robot, so you say no. But look what happens here. Now you have little robots that form a car. Well, I'm ignoring that, sorry. So here again, you need your attention control to be able to say, oh, that aspect is not what I'm after. I'm looking at the large. Okay, so that's again, we need to utilize our attention control. And using these techniques, we can train these sort of abilities. We can improve and develop them. Okay, so we can leave that now. Come back here and here we go again. Yes. Fantastic. Okay, so very quickly, just to tell you that this is something that we've first used. We've developed this program to work with kids with ADHD, but we then moved to work with autistic kids because of what I told you about attention in autism. And this is the first study that we've conducted in schools in Birmingham, where we can see, the black bars there are the individual kids and how they improved in their academic skills. So I'm not talking about attention here. I'm talking about their reading comprehension, about their maths tests, that sort of things. And all of these kids improved in their these academic abilities. We then moved here to São Paulo and then ran a sort of, a larger scale study of the same nature, but in a specialized clinic, specialized autism clinic. And again, we replicated those same findings throughout these different academic skills, but also, if you can see the third follow-up point, we were also able to show that the improvement, the benefits you gain after the intervention are maintained even 3 months after you finish the intervention. So this is extremely encouraging for us in terms of what is the impact of these attention developments on kids. So I'll finish my part here. So we have other two parts that are coming as well, but very short. I will just, I just wanted to say, so this is a proof of concept that attention training can be used both in schools and in specialized clinics. But it's also practically free. We're talking about an app or a service that doesn't really need much to be used within the system. Okay, very quickly, we're going to move now to the next question, which was, we worked with kids 6 to 14 years of age. Can we try and do this even earlier? And I'll ask Christiane to say a few words about that.
So after the same team from University of Birmingham with Tel Aviv University, they then developed the attentive nursery. So this taking the same paradigms of CPAT, which means to train attention among kids. Let's see if it works for younger kids. So for many reasons, of course, we're not using more computerized skills, but we are using games very fun, playful games, which we already did. So this is an example for selective attention. So you play with kids now experimentally, and then you test the same dimensions. So they did that successfully in Tel Aviv, but just for kids, for mainstream kids. And then in Brazil, for the first time, with FAPESP funding, of course, and then you test the feasibility of attentive nursery in Brazil in kids with autism. So what we did, we kind of adapted a little bit the attentive nursery for kids with autism, basically using the same games, the same idea, but you just change a little bit the instructions. Autistic kids need like more direct, more obvious instruction, but they did this pretty much the same. And now, interestingly, with kids, younger kids from 4 to 7 years of old, and then it were just feasibility, so it's only 13 kids. We split them in experimental and control groups. And the most importantly thing we did with attentive nursery, the idea is to try to implement this in a more closely to real world. So instead, the other study, the specialized professionals were offering the program. But here, no, we just find out 3 typical clinics in São Paulo, and we train the clinicians. And so the staff conduct the attentive nursery. Also, another important thing is, instead doing 1 by 1, in that time, we conduct this in pairs or trios, which is much more closer to the real public health system, which is less expensive, more close to reality. I'm missing something, no. And then here are our results about feasibility. First question is, it makes sense. So then we saw that all mothers, the family, attend like almost 90% of the consultations. We didn't give much incentives, but they came, they played, they like it, and the kids also were able to do all the games. 90% of the games, they are able to do it. The other thing was we're trying to see is they were be able to do this in a reasonable time. So they did exactly what you expected. In 18 sections, kids with autism are able to play all the games, mostly successfully. Even we had different levels of cognitions. Some of them has really trouble in IQ, and even though they're able to do it. The other thing we measured, they like it. Kids enjoy it, parents like it, it ethically makes sense for them. And then you also ask with staff. We ask to the clinician, did it make sense? Kids with autism makes sense for your clinician point of view. They're engaged. You feel like comfortable to doing that. So after a very short training, they are able to do it. They rate it very highly. I think we have to change like only 2 games, but 98% of them make sense. And the last thing, of course, we know it's not a clinical trial, but we take advantage of this situation, at least try to see if you have some impact. The impact were very clear. Of course, there's small sample size, but we found a very clear trend of improvement among kids with experimental group in comparison to control group. We did a long protocol measuring cognition, attention, emotion, and these kids get much better. So the main message here is attentive nursery is a program which is feasible. In Brazil, with autism, is young kids with autism, and there's a huge potential of developing attention and cognition skills. So we're looking forward to implement this in a bigger sample size and use in a clinical trial. So now we ask Maria Cristina to talk about emotion in autism.
Thank you, Cristiane. Well, during the collaboration with Birmingham University, we know an important instrument that evaluated emotional outbursts. Okay, thank you. Emotional outbursts in autistic children. This instrument was developed by a researcher from Birmingham University, and our university did the translation and cultural adaptation of this instrument because the emotional explosion in autistic children is very common and affects negatively the quality of life of the child, the quality of life of the parents, and the adaptive functional. In this, in the first step of this research, we want to not only validated the instrument, but also compare the patterns of emotional outbursts between two populations, one population from Brazil and other population from UK in Birmingham University. In this study, we verified that the pathway to emotional outbursts could be stable between two populations, and was very interesting because we verify identical factor structure into the instrument, and we verified also that the response produced by Brazilian population were very similar to the English population. And after that, we decided to expand the research to other countries because the tool was very important to use in this broad spectrum. In this case, we are developing now an important study involving 7 countries, 5 countries from Latin America, Chile, Argentina, Uruguay, República Dominicana, and Brazil. And it's important to mention that these countries belong to an important network that study autism. The name is REAL. Cristiane and me composed this network with other researchers. And we invite to this study one community, Hispanic communities from Texas state, from the US. Because in general, this population have a common problem, the inequality to access to mental health service in this population. In this study, we want to respond to two main questions. Are the contextual emotional pathways stable in Latin American cultures? And we want to verify also is the severity of the emotional outbursts could be associated with economic factors and the type and the frequency of mental health access of this population. In this moment, we hope that we finish the data collection in the last month, and we hope that the policymakers can benefit with this result in this region. And it's important to mention also that the intensification of this project happened because the CAP sprint, because the mobility academic was very strong in the last 5 years between Mackenzie and Birmingham, and this is one of the results of this collaboration. Thank you so much.
Just a summary slide. Just to say that we, of course, continue this sort of project and collaborative project, and there's a broad range of projects that we are contemplating and actively pursuing. Do I need to? Sorry. Broad range of collaborative projects that we are pursuing at the moment. But again, the overarching aim is to really make an impact on neurodivergent people and improve both the inclusion and the outcome for these individuals. Thank you.
I think that was a really fascinating and interesting range of talk that we had, but I don't think we have time for questions, so maybe grab you during the break, if that's okay. So I'd like to thank all our speakers for this morning and move on to the next session. Thank you.
Okay, let me just... Okay. So I'd like to invite Professor Jonathan Radcliffe, which is a reader in the Energy System and Policy, leading an interdisciplinary research team. His research interests are on energy system technology, policy and innovation, in particular to the role of energy storage. He's also led the Resilient Cities team in the Institute for Global Innovation, working with colleagues across the university to investigate the drivers of urban distress and the condition for the security cities' resilience. We focus on cities that are undergoing transition. Dr. Radcliffe is a member of EPSRC's Energy Strategic Advisory Committee and a specialist advisor to the House of Commons Science and Technology Selective Committee. So, welcome, Chris. Yeah.
Aí só sai. Aí baixa aqui. Boa.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. And maybe if you're like me, I'm getting quite a lot of research envy watching everyone else's presentations, thinking, well, it looks so much more fun or important than what I'm doing. And I think the next session is going to be similar. We're going to look at environmental sustainability around water and forests. So the first group is looking at advances in sustainable water treatment. We've got Sarush Sharifi from University of Birmingham. Are you doing a session by yourself, Sarush, all together? Okay, and then we have Rodrigo Braga Maruzzi from UNESP and Adriana Gonçalves dos Reis from UNESP as well. So I'll hand the floor over to you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Sarush Sharifi. I'm from the School of Engineering, and my area is civil engineering, and I focus on problems related to water engineering. I'm here with my colleagues from UNESP. I will ask them to introduce themselves. But what we're going to do in this presentation is just to give you a background of our collaboration history and some of the work that we have been doing. It's not going to be technical, so don't expect lots of science behind it, but we're going to show you some pictures and figures about the results that we have received. So can you please introduce yourselves?
Okay, now I suppose it's working. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for attending. It's a pleasure to be here. I cannot miss the opportunity to thank you for FAPESP because I've been scholarship, my doctorate, my PhD has been financed by FAPESP. So this is part of the job I'm still doing nowadays. So thank you FAPESP for the support. My name is Rodrigo Moruzzi. I'm from UNESP, as already been said, and I'm working with water treatment, basically urban water, generally speaking. And we are now working on, well, some things that we're going to present to you. But yeah, thank you very much.
Hello, good morning to all. My name is Adriano Reis. I'm from UNESP also. I'm associate professor at São José dos Campos UNESP. As you probably know, UNESP is spread around the state of São Paulo and from São José dos Campos. I work with water and wastewater treatment as well. I will share some slides with you after, but I work with natural coagulants and low-cost adsorbents to treat water and wastewater, microplastic removal, and we'll talk about that later, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. So I'm going to start with giving you a background and of the history of our collaboration. We started working together from 2018, and that was enabled by the Birmingham Fellow funding that Rodrigo received, and he came to visit Birmingham. You can see everybody's happy and smiling in these pictures. Probably not the one on the right. I don't know, maybe Rodrigo can tell us why he's not smiling, but I think we can blame the cold weather in Birmingham. It's a great opportunity for everyone to come to Birmingham and meet our amazing colleagues. And it's not just the colleagues at Birmingham, but you will be linked with other visitors, as you can see in the picture up there. And I can see Mary standing in that group. And hopefully it would be a good experience. So if you haven't visited Birmingham, I encourage all of you to come and visit us. And there were some pictures that I thought they were inappropriate to put here, but maybe I can show them to you later. So the outputs of our research, which is the most important thing that we need to tell you, is the publications and the grant applications that we have been successful in. We've had 4 publications, all in very high-ranked journals in civil engineering and environmental engineering. We have a number of other publications in the pipeline, which there wasn't space to add, and we've been successful in securing some grants, which has enabled us to continue our collaborations. So we've received funding from CAPES and from FAPESP, which we are very grateful for. And to give you a heads up, we are preparing another application to submit to FAPESP UKRI. Our area is water engineering, and we look at sustainable solutions for water treatment and wastewater treatment. Pretty sure most of you are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. The 6th one is water and sanitation for all. If you look at the statistics, you can see that a great majority of the great number of people on the globe do not have access to safe water, and even more, not access to safe sanitation. And in Brazil, drinking water, about 12% of Brazilians lack access to safe water, and in sanitation, about 50% do not have access to safe sanitation, which is a big number, and about 43% of domestic wastewater is only safely treated, and the rest is disposed without any treatment, which is a big problem. So this is a slide that I've copied from my lectures, just to give you an idea of what water treatment is about. There are different stages in water treatment. The first one is abstracting water from the river, or it can be from the groundwater. That's number 1. Then we store the water. In the next step, we add some chemical agents to make the removal of some of the material easier, and we do it with rapid mixing these agents, which we call coagulants, and this stage is called coagulation. Once we've done that, we will reduce the speed of the steering, and we will let these particles to collide and form flux. That's the flocculation in step 4, and in step 5, we have to come up with a way to remove these flux from the water. Normally, we use just sedimentation, which we allow gravity to do its work, or we use air flotation. We try to remove these flux from the surface of the water. Then we have the filtration. We pass the water through sand filters to remove all the remaining pollutants. And then finally, we have the disinfection stage, which we add chlorine to do the disinfection and to kill the pathogens. So our idea of research is to look at all the different stages and see where we can improve the process to make it more sustainable, more energy efficient, and make it even run with lower costs. So this is the coagulation stage, and this is one of the areas that we've been focusing on. So particles in the water, they are normally negatively charged. There are different reasons for that. Most of the time, it's because of the organic matter coating around these particles, and these are all negatively charged. So when they get close to each other, there will be some electrostatic repulsion. So what we do is we add a chemical agent, which we call a coagulant, and what this does is that it neutralizes the charge. And when the charges are neutralized, then these particles, when they collide, they will agglomerate, and we will have the formation of what we call flux. These flux are bigger in size, they're denser, and they will settle down more easily. So this is what we commonly use in the industry. It's some sort of metallic salt, usually aluminum sulfate, or as we call it, alum. And what we're trying to do is to see if we can replace that with some nature-based or plant-based coagulants. We have been working on 2 different plant types, kenaf that we've been working on in University of Birmingham, and the moringa, which our colleagues have been working on and studying here in Brazil. So this is a picture of the flux and the formation of the flux, the one in the middle, and down middle, and you can see that these flux have different shapes and sizes. So We also study the flux formation, and Rodrigo is going to be talking more about how we study these flux. So what are the research questions here? First of all, we want to understand the biophysical properties of these coagulants. Then once we have these flux and formation of flux, we want to study their evolution, how they form, how they agglomerate, how they get bigger, how they break up when they collide, or just because of the shear stress that is imposed to them by the flow. We want to do performance optimization, which means identifying the optimum dosage of these coagulants to achieve maximum efficiency in terms of removing the pollutants. And we also want to know if there are any environmental health issues of using these nature-based coagulants, and finally look at the reliability and accessibility and cost. So to answer some or all of these questions, we've come up with a holistic methodology. We have looked at different techniques. Some of them are well recorded in the literature, but we've come up with this framework, as you can see in this diagram, and we use different techniques to characterize the coagulants, to characterize the flux, and look at the environmental health aspects. So these are just some of the results. One of the things that we do is that we try to understand the dissolved organic matter of these nature-based coagulants. And the way that we use these coagulants is that we either use the seed or the leaf or the bark. We grind the material. We might filter and remove some of the proteins, or we might just use them as crude coagulants, and we mix them with water, and we monitor and see what happens to the flux. And we also use some techniques to understand the chemical composition and the binding of these nature-based coagulants. And as you can see here, we've used a fluorescent spectrometer to look at the different proteins. And we have used different techniques to look at the flux growth rate, because it's important for us how these flux form, how they grow, and how they settle, and then how resistant they are to breakage, which is quite important for us. Then one of the issues of using these nature-based coagulants is that because these are organic material, at the last stage when we have disinfection and we add chlorine, what happens is that first the chlorine will react with these organic coagulants, and they will form what we call disinfectant byproducts. So these are different substances like trihalomethanes and halioactic acids, which are known to be harmful to the human body and the source of some forms of cancer. So it's not an easy question to answer, and if we really want to use these nature-based coagulants, we have to look at the whole process and see whether they are safe or not. So these two pictures show how much of the chlorine remains in the mix once the reactions are completed with the organic matter, and we also look at how these form and how much the concentration changes with time. So I'm going to pass on to Rodrigo, and he's going to be talking about the imaging techniques and other things that we use to study these flux.
Thank you, Soros. Interesting picture, but I have to explain a little bit for you. But let me show you what happened here. Maybe there's a later point here. But, well, basically what we have here is a flocculation step, which is necessary for bringing particles together, because contaminants are like suspended in water. So what we have to do is bring all these particles together in order to be removed by settling or filtering and those things. So what we are interested in here is to explore the mixers itself, which is part of the process where we convert energy to electrical energy, to mechanical energy, and then to hydraulic energy. This hydraulic energy is basically used to particle transport, and once particles can be transported, then they can attach to each other once we have coagulants, such as the ones Soroush has mentioned. So what we do here, what we are interested in is to create low energy mixers. And then we use these fractal mixers. We call it like fractal mixers because the shape of the pedals are not the conventional ones. If you see the pedal itself, which is the mixture, it is a different shape. And with this shape, we can reach the same energy dissipated in water, but with low energy. So the key factor here is we decrease the drag force without decreasing the mixture, which means that we could keep vorticities and other aspects of mixer intensity. So here we can monitor how flux behaves. This is a very dynamic process once water quality is not the same. So please bear in mind that water quality in rivers can change dramatically over time. So this is not something like a cake recipe. So it's just something that you have to pursue constantly in order to achieve the better efficiency. And at the end, what we want is water secure water with high quality, low cost, and accessible water. Once we are like pursuing the SDG 6, it's water and security for everyone. So here we monitor particles growth. And interesting is that once we are interested in making particles growing, we are also interested in not breaking them. So the energy control here is very strict. So here's the part of the image analysis and CFD modeling, where we can see how pedal and mixers affect the flocculation itself. So we can see there, for example, in the blue one, particle grows faster. I wish I should have a laser point here. I'm not sure, maybe not. But if you see the graph, you can observe that the first configuration of the pedal, we can reach the particle grows in a very short time compared to the other shapes. And once we do that, it basically means that we can make the tanks much smaller, which means at the end the process the process very much more efficiently. So yeah. We can also model how PAV, how flocks settle over time, which is very interesting because there was a time where all modelings involved were based on density. So people normally think that the more dense the particles, the better. But this is not what really happened here, because once we have a bigger particle, we have what we call a parachute effect. So this may cause some particles settling with a slow density, which is with low velocity, which is not good in our case. And well, at the end, we are working to this machine learning modeling in order to pursue the efficiency and to achieve the best optimum conditions. As I said before, this is a very dynamic process. So it's not a matter, it's not a cake recipe. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Well, yeah, that's right. Well, as I mentioned, I work with natural coagulants here at São José dos Campos, trying to replace the chemical ones, such as alum sulfate, and to make a more reliable water to the people, you know. Then we work here with Moringa oleifera. Moringa oleifera is native from India, but it's very well supported here in Brazil. We have the northeast of Brazil, but here in São Paulo we have some trees as well. I have a tree in my backyard also that I take the samples to make some trials. And here I'm just showing you that, as Soroush mentioned, the colloids from the water, they have negative charge. And the Moringa oleifera has some cationic proteins that neutralize this negative charge, and we can make to grow the flock. As Rodrigo also mentioned, we can monitor by images. And the two graphs here that I'm presenting is the first one in the top is that As we increase the dosage of Moringa oleifera seed, we have the zeta potential, the charge of the particle is increasing as well, becoming more neutral. And at the same time, we have the particles removal. The turbidity, the remaining turbidity is decreasing after some time. And the second one is more interesting because we are comparing Moringa oleifera seed with alum, the chemical, synthetic product, in a wastewater treatment, a tertiary wastewater treatment, and the results are statistically the same. It means that when we use the Moringa oleifera, comparing with the alum sulfate, it was pretty same in terms of removal of the particles. Although we have some better results in terms of toxicity, Moringa oleifera, the toxicity of the water was lower than comparing with the alum, but as Sorusha has already mentioned, we have an issue that the residual organic matter that we have to improve, maybe to make a better protein purification before to use. That is something we're working, trying to improve. And my second and last slide, this is a project that I work with my master student, is a fellowship, my master from FAPESP. We are trying to remove the microplastic, as you probably know as well. Microplastic is an emergent pollutant, and we know that we have microplastic in the water and the river. We know that we have microplastic in our body. And we're trying to understand how the microplastic can be removed in the drinking water treatments, plants. And we have a project supported by FAPESP right now. I try to understand how it works, trying to use the Moringa oleifera seed as well, trying to remove the microplastic, changing the way of flocculate is the ballast flocculation using microsand, because the microplastic has a low density, and that's the key issue to remove from the water. And we're trying to understand better how it works. And then the next steps regarding microplastic is start to aging the microplastic, work with direct filtration, another kind of water treatment, drinking water treatment, dissolve the air flotation, try to understand and to improve the water in removing the microplastic, okay? I ask you, Sorush.
Very, very quickly to conclude, just looking at the future directions, there are some areas that we are interested in. This is a very complicated system that we're studying, but we're looking at how we can use the sludge for different applications, and also, as Rodrigo said, looking at different shapes for the paddles to improve mixing, but at the same time reducing the energy usage. And low-cost sustainable wastewater treatment is the other area that we will be starting to work on. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe in the interest of time, we need to move. We need to move on. So maybe you can ask questions if you're having a glass of water out of a plastic cup. You can ask them about the issues involved in there. So Sorush, Adriano, Rodrigo, thanks very much. And so next session, we're looking at forests. And we've got Adriane from University of Birmingham and Renato from Institute from USP. Yeah, that's
We introduce ourselves here, and then I sit down and Renato starts.
Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Glad to be here for FAPESP as well. Good to meet you all from Birmingham. I'm Renato Lima, forest ecologist, professor in ecology based at the Forestry and Agriculture campus of USP in Piracicaba. Next time you should stop by. It's a beautiful campus. And we'll be talking about the forests here with Adriane.
Hi, I'm Adriane Esquivel-Milbert. I'm associate professor in global forest ecology at the University of Birmingham and collaborating with Renato and colleagues in Brazil for a very long time.
So we're going to switch topics a little bit, and we're going to try to stick with the 10 minutes here. We'll be talking about forests now, with general pictures and how we're trying to tackle the status of forests and how forests are changing. So just big picture about the wholes of forests and trying to convince you guys that why it's important to study forests. They shelter about 80% of all species in the in the surface of our planet. They store about 50% of all terrestrial carbon in the world. And they have very different types of important services they provide us to us, to the planet, and to people's livelihoods. How do we describe forests? There's different ways we can describe forests. We can describe which species are there. We can describe how many of each species there are in the forest as well, what we call biodiversity or diversity measures. And we can also describe biomass stocks, which is important for climate regulation and sequestration of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. How do we do it? We do it generally using forest plots. And what are forest plots is just a place where you go to a forest, you go there, you establish a plot. They vary in size, but generally you go inside and you tag, you map, and you identify and you measure each and every tree inside that plot. And from that, you can get a snapshot of the forest and that specific place and time. And it's a really laborious work. All the measuring is not an easy place to work. There's several problems related to getting there, staying there. You can be killed there. So it's not easy work to do. And after you get from the field, there's all the data management and all the species identification issues, which are really problematic in the tropics. Just to give an example, 1 hectare of forest in the Amazon on the coast of Bahia here in Brazil can have more tree species than the entire United Kingdom. So it's not easy to identify all those species. And what you can do with it, if you have only one plot in one place in time, the best you can do is just a case study. You're going to describe the forest, what's happening there, which species are there, which is not really interesting. But when you have multiple plots in several places in time, in space, then you can answer and ask more interesting questions related to which species are there, what they're doing, what's happening to their threats, and etc. So you have to establish networks or database to study in that scale. You need people, you need institutions, so you need much more than a single case study. Then you have a much larger scale, of course, and then you can do synthesis. And just here, we're going to presenting some partners from ATDN, Dryfloor, and Trickle, which is the database I'm coordinating for quite some time. They are statics, single census plots, forest plots, but we can do a lot of it. And here is just the potential of it, which we're working together, me and Adriani, in Synthesis project, where we're trying to combine all those networks from different places in the Latin America, and the potential of information we can gather from it and answer different types of questions. And here's just a sample what we can do with it, with all these large-scale networks of single census plots. We can answer questions related to species composition and how populations of those species are coping. So we can do, for instance, IUCN species conservation assessments with this information. We can also assess human impacts on forests, both related to carbon stocks and their biodiversity. And you can also ask all types of more ecological questions related to what are the drivers explaining species compositions, diversity, etc. So we can do a lot of it with it, but it's just a status. So we have snapshots at different spaces of different places in space, but we are not monitoring those forests a long time. So we don't know how they're evolving and changing. And that's the point where I switch to part of Adriani's presentation. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about another service of forests that is really related to climate change and to how forests are changing over time. So this is what we call the global carbon budget, and I mentioned a little bit about this yesterday in the consulate. So you have the carbon emissions. This is published every year by the Global Carbon Project, and we have the emissions in gray and also in yellow there. So this is how much carbon we put in the atmosphere every year from coal, oil, and gas, and also from land use change, which basically means cutting down forests, deforestation, and converting that carbon, taking that carbon from biological systems to the atmosphere. On the other side of the budget, we can see where the carbon is going. So we have the ocean uptake, so that's the carbon that goes to the ocean. And we have the land uptake, which is basically the carbon that goes to the forest. And for a long time, this was called the missing carbon sink. So we didn't really know if that carbon was going to vegetation. And now we have an idea of how much of that carbon is going to the forest. But I want to tell you that the uncertainty around that number is very big. So for every 10 molecules of carbon emitted, that's the emission, around 10 gigatons of carbon, 3 go to the land uptake. Around 2.1, it's to forests. And that uncertainty around that number is 1.1, more or less 1.1. So the uncertainty is as big as the number itself. And what we are trying to do is reduce this uncertainty with our studies. And I want to call attention to the blue part there, because that's the amount of carbon that creates our problem. So what doesn't go to the land and doesn't go to the ocean ends up in the atmosphere, and that's the atmospheric increase. So that's what we need to reduce. So if we can increase the land uptake, we can reduce the problem that we have. But also the most important thing is that we have to reduce emissions. But okay, so there is a big uncertainty on the land uptake, and with our science, we're trying to reduce it. And just wanted to put this photo there because I really like it, but actually the main problem is that we don't understand what happened inside forests. So we have a general idea of how forests function over time, and that's in our mathematical models that project the future. But what happened inside forests, which species are absorbing carbon, which species are growing, which species are dying, that's still a mystery for science, and especially in tropical systems. Most of these models have been developed for temperate systems, which have very few species and cannot capture the complexity of a tropical forest. So how do we understand forests? Well, we measure many trees again and again and again to really understand how the systems are changing. And this is my field assistant from the Amazon, Pinduca, who has been working and doing this work for a long time. So I really want to bring the idea that we have people there that are employed to do this work, but also the researchers that are coordinating these field campaigns for many years so we can get a sense of these big maps of what happened. And we also can see when trees die. And this is Beatriz Marimon, a colleague from University of Estadual do Mato Grosso. And this is a tree that has been blown by a big windstorm, potentially. So understanding what kills trees, if it's a drought, if it's a windstorm, is also one of the questions that we can answer with this data. And I'm going to give a few examples of how we are monitoring species composition, but also like what can we get from this data, and specifically looking at climate change. So one example is the El Niño in 2015-16. So this was a big event. Last year we have another El Niño, 23, and expanding a little bit into 24. And the 15-16 El Niño was mainly a big drought across the Amazonian region, but it was particularly very hot. And this is a problem that we have now with climate change, is that the droughts, even if they continue the same as they were before, we are having droughts at higher temperatures, which put trees at higher stress. And this is what we can see from an example of what we can see of how these forests have been impacted by the El Niño. So we can get the carbon budget of the forest because we've been monitoring them for a long time. So we know what is the average carbon balance of this forest, and when an extreme event like the El Niño happened, we can understand the impact of this event. So this is a study led by Amy Bennett and Tayane de Souza, where we analyzed the data before and after the El Niño, and we can see that the gray light, the shaded light, is pre-El Niño. And then there is a reduction in the capacity. The net carbon sink is the amount of carbon that goes into the forest. You can see that the lines overlay zero during the El Niño period, meaning that the forest stopped being a carbon sink during the El Niño. I want to call attention for the region where we have data. So you can see many gaps in this. So you can see the Amazon is very badly described outside Manaus. So there is a lot of expansion that we need to do But also in the Atlantic forest, which is a region where we have so many researchers, we don't have any data. We have very few plots in São Paulo, a few plots in Minas, but we have a very bad coverage in the Atlantic forest. And that's why we have been working towards creating a forest observatory for the Atlantic forest, funded actually by the British Council last year, so allow us to have a meeting here in São Paulo. And we are trying to create something similar to what we have in the Amazon, but for the Atlantic forest as well. And Renato and I have been working a lot on that front. And so we hope that by integrating all these plot networks and integrating people, we can then actually give this information back to the global models and actually then start bringing solutions and decreasing the uncertainty, but also integrating other forms of understanding the forest so we can maximize the use of this data in these large networks to bring solutions for the problem that we have now. That's all. Obrigado.
Great, thanks. I think for questions, you come up here and I go down there because we've got a camera on here.
Yeah.
We've got time for questions. So you might have to, avail yourselves over coffee. So we've got until 11:20. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So enjoy your time. Thanks to all the speakers who have spoken so far. Thanks.
Alô? Alô, alô? Ah, só para esperar um pouquinho. Okay, welcome back. We could manage to squeeze a little bit our coffee break, so we are only 10 minutes late. Let's make our fellow British guys happy here and keep the schedule. And I'm happy to introduce again Professor Carmel, which is the chair of session of this third session with health and aging. So we are switching gears very fast here, which is very good. He's a cognitive neuroscientist focusing on mechanisms for top-down attention control, which is the light heart of various cognition function, as you saw in his presentation. His research also aims to unravel how individual factors such as autism, trail, and normal aging mediate mechanisms of attention, including the neural level. Other lines of his research focus on how visual attention processes are interweaved with motor control and how they interact with the perceptual learning aspects. So please, Professor Carmel.
Thank you. And just before we start this session, although I've been told that the session has to be strict in terms of the timing, so yeah. But before we get to the strict side, just to say that it really is a pleasure to be here. And also a personal reflection is the fact that I was here last year with the previous delegation that we had from Birmingham here in Brazil. And it's amazing that in this delegation, we have almost a completely different set of academics doing incredible things with other people here in Brazil. So it really is inspiring to see how many different things University of Birmingham researchers are doing here in Brazil with colleagues here. So that's my personal reflection here. Okay, so we are starting the health and aging session, and we'll start first with a presentation on Breathe Well, South America, building research across the world in lung disease. And we'll hear from Rachel Jordan, Payman Adab, and Paulo Lotufo. So I'll let you introduce yourselves.
Bom dia. My name is Rachel Jordan, and I'm going to present this work with my colleague here, Professor Paulo Lotufo from USP, and another of our colleagues is Payman Adab, who chaired the first session. She's not going to speak, but you can ask her questions afterwards if you want to, the difficult ones. First, I must say, what a fantastic carrot cake. I really wanted to say that because it was really delicious. Okay, now to the perhaps more important things. I'm going to talk about our project called Breathe Well. This follows on from a project, so I'm not going to talk about results. This is really about what we're about to kick off with in the next, it's a 4-year project that we're about to kick off with. And it follows on from our research that we did, including colleagues from USP and the ABC Medical School, in another project which included 3 other countries, China, North Macedonia and Georgia, which did the preliminary work for this project. So this is a bigger and better and larger version, which will focus on, thank you, not just Brazil, but other areas of South America. Our acronym, Building Research Across the World in Lung Disease, we're really quite proud of. So I'll start on. So why are we doing this project? So overall, we know that South America is one of the most inequitable regions in the world. And one of the important things is that we feel is that we need to, and our funder feels that we need to be working with the most deprived communities In the region, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which is a chronic progressive disease of the lungs, largely caused by smoking, but also other noxious gases and fumes in the air, indoor or outdoor air pollution, and also TB, which is a risk factor in this region as well. It is the fourth leading cause of death. It does cause high morbidity as well, societal burden, but also burden to the healthcare system because people end up in hospital because their condition is exacerbated largely due to respiratory infections or perhaps extreme weather events. And they end up in hospital, and gradually their condition gets worse and worse and worse. Their quality of life gets worse and worse, and it disproportionately affects the poor. And as you can see here, in fact, not only in this region, but across the world, that it largely remains undiagnosed, and therefore, obviously, undiagnosed equals untreated. However, in many lower and middle income countries, including in South America, good quality primary care, which is also accessible and affordable for COPD patients, is actually lacking. Now, we're working in a number of different countries, but also in these different countries, there are a diversity of risk factors, a diversity of health systems, and therefore the work that we're planning to do will need to be locally adapted in order to be delivered appropriately in each setting. And also because of lower staffing resources, making sure that the teams who are involved in this project are multidisciplinary. So the three countries we're working in with is Brazil, but also Peru and Argentina. So the key objectives, and I've put this first, developing sustainable research infrastructure and researchers so that we're not just doing this project and then leaving, that it's going to build capacity. Well, we're working with very experienced partners, but as you'll see later, we are also working with less experienced partners as well, and health centres that haven't perhaps been involved in research before. So what this project, one key aim of this project is to upskill individuals and also to build capacity at institutional level and with external organisations at an environmental level, such as funders, for example, to support this kind of work in the future. A second really important thing is to make sure that we're doing research which is valuable to local communities. It's not just of our own interest, but it's valuable, and it also will lead to impact as well. So the important thing about that is that we will work with our partners to engage appropriately with all relevant members of the community, clinical leaders and policy stakeholders to make sure that there are clear pathways to impact and eventually to improve healthcare and the health of the local populations. So that said, the key parts of the research are, first of all, we are going to assess the landscape, so assess what the current quality of care is for COPD in primary care, and develop a set of COPD quality indicators which is appropriate for this region. We're also going to, I could use the pointer. Can't use the pointer. So I'm on number 4. We're also going to, after we've set the context or understood the context, we're going to be working with the key stakeholders to co-develop and adapt a COPD pathway suitable for implementation in primary care. And this leads on, it's for both identification and management of COPD. And this leads on from the work that was done in our previous research project. And then finally, once that has been developed and finalised, we'll then test the feasibility in a few healthcare centres in each country, comparing different settings, and then modelling using cost effectiveness analysis, which looks at the impact of the intervention on different segments of society. Actually no idea what I'm doing with time, but I'll just, with the first work package, this is just a little bit more detail. Obviously, I could go into lots more detail, but, you know, assessing the landscape or assessing the context is, first of all, evaluating governance and policy context, and we'll do that with probably some key stakeholder interviews with key policymakers. And then the other work is assessing the quality of primary care, mapping the coverage of the care and the healthcare records, and assessing inequities, and exploring from a personal perspective the barriers and enablers of both patients and healthcare professionals. So this will be a mixture of quantitative and qualitative analyses, data collection and analyses, and some routine data if available. So what this helps to do is then inform the remaining projects and in the future as well as this particular project. And this is a typical way that we would develop our pathway with a series of stakeholder engagement workshops, and then our feasibility studies, as I mentioned, in the primary healthcare centres. And that's going to involve cheap and easy screening techniques with just a peak flow meter and a simple questionnaire. And then this can be done in a number of different ways. And then the appropriate patients will then be referred to primary care services for diagnosis, management and self-management. And that may vary. Where that happens and who does that will vary in different settings. And then the health economics analysis. This is my final slide because I think Professor Latufo is going to talk in more detail about the local partners that we have involved. But there are 3 countries and there's a hub and a spoke model. So we're working closely, contracting with our more experienced partners, including UBBI and then the other key institutes in each of the countries, who will then in turn be working with more regionally based universities and their local primary care sites. And ultimately then we would be building up networks of community participants, healthcare professionals, and stakeholders and academics as well. Okay, so I'm going to pass over to Professor Latufo now to give us a little bit more local detail. Do you have a set of slides? I don't know where they are, and I can't read. Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay.
Hi. Hi, good morning. 2 minutes? 2 minutes, wow. Okay, no problem. The first thing that I love to say that while I work in with University of Birmingham since 2016. My joke is that in the next 2 or 3 millenniums, when if you'll be mankind, we analyze what was the contribution of the British people to the mankind that last. I will say Shakespeare, football, and the national health system with universal health coverage. Brazil doesn't have a playwright like Shakespeare. Football, okay. But we decided to join to Birmingham because you need much more technology related to national health system. That is not only assistance, but you need to teach there, you need to create knowledge from the primary care. And I'm very happy to describe that you have a world-class epidemiological center for non-communicable diseases, and you have the most important cohort in the Southern Hemisphere, the ELSA Brazil, since 2004. Wow. So the ELSA Brazil is very, very important with 15 people enrolled, with a good contribution of more than 600 articles, and a continuous collaboration with a lot of universities in Brazil and overseas, mainly with the University of Birmingham. Look, since the 2019 until now, you have 15 articles, peer-reviewed journals, all of them addressing about atrial fibrillation at primary care level and all the aspects related to the assistance to these patients. It's very, very revolutionary approach that came from our colleagues, Neil, Greg, Deidre, where we work on of lot. It's very amazing collaboration that you have. And now, what you do in the Breathwell in Brazil. It will be a unique opportunity to work with Argentina, Peru researchers and develop a range of researches from the official data bank to anthropological approach. It's very interesting because you say you have information that is from the official health statistics or official health medical care, and also you have the anthropological view of the patients and the health professionals. And the Breathwell 2 will be targeting 4 different places in Brazil. I think it's very important to describe because you'll be at primary care unit. Remember that national health system is one legacy of the UK, and for us it's very important. Each town that I visited recently, I'm very impressed how the national health system was developed for the poor people. It's incredible. Peimane, Rachel, we stayed in Manaus. Was a surprise for me how developed is the primary care unit. But you'll be working in 4 different places. A traditional working class town, São Bernardo do Campo, a district with a broad social variables that close to here around the USP campus, Butantã. The largest community of Black people, Alcântara. 80% of the people there are living in quilombolas, so I chose this. And one mixed district of indigenous and non-indigenous in Manaus. It will be our aim, our target, with different places in Brazil. So to finalize, it's the Brazilian, the global map, Brazil in the center. So you have in São Paulo, the Butantã district in this city, and São Bernardo close to the city. And you have Alcântara. It's a primary care unit in the middle of a quilombola place, and the other is the Parque da Tribo, the tribes park, where you have all medical care and public health attention to indigenous and non-indigenous there. It will be the place that you'll be working here, and I needed to one more time to be grateful to the people from Birmingham to bring the technology to us to work better in the primary care unit. Before that, I talked to Renato and Adriana, and I think that you have a new project about carbon influx in Rondônia in our campus of USP there. Okay, I will talk about this. It will be the next cooperation between Birmingham and USP. Thank you very much. Pay money, go to the answers because
there's time for probably 1, possibly 2 questions. So any questions to the speakers? So maybe I can ask one. I mean, slightly, yeah, not directly linked, but I think we know that air quality, for instance, affect cognition in people. Do you know if these sort of the early stages of the pulmonary disease have such an impact as well? Yes, so it has. I mean, the reason I'm asking is because when thinking about the costs, I'm just wondering if these sort of impacts can also come into the costs that are, but sorry.
Look, it's weird because the people with COPD, they can't walk. So, but you don't have in Brazil a program to COPD patients at primary care unit close to their home. So they need to take 2 buses, 1 metro to go to ambulatory outpatient of pneumology. So if a COPD patient can do that, 2 buses, 1, oh, he's good, he's not sick. So inequality is the greatest problem for COPD, for stroke. Okay.
Yeah, and I think air pollution is one of the fundamental causes, both indoor and outdoor, but also it also causes exacerbations as well. So that sends people to hospital, and then obviously it can be difficult for them to get to hospital. So, we'll be thinking about additional add-on projects, and so it's something that we can be looking at.
That's the time we have for questions. So thanks a lot for the presentation again. And we'll move now to hear about how physical activity delays immune system aging. A presentation by Amanda Sardelli from Birmingham and Fabio Santos de Lira from UNESP.
Good morning. My name is Fabio Lira from Physical Education Department, UNESP, Campus Presidente Prudente. Amanda will presentation. Thank you. Special thanks to FAPESP for research support.
Thank you so much. Too high. Thank you so much for UBBI and FAPESP for the opportunity to be here. It's really a pleasure and a big opportunity for me to share with you what we have done. So this is what we have designed together. So Professor Fabio Lira is a national and international well-recognized researcher on exercise immunometabolism. So what he has done is explore the effect of metabolic chains and adaptations with exercise regulating immune function. He has studied, investigated this in a very complex way with interaction in the whole system. Some special focus to the body composition, like the influence of adipose tissue, regulating immune function, and cytokines produced by muscle cells, as well as acute change during exercise, such as adrenaline. So me, I'm a research fellow at the Institute of Inflammation and Aging in the medical school in Birmingham. And I've been researching about the physical activity effect on aging in order to improve health, with the specific focus on immunity of older adults. And I'm also interested on how we can use exercise during infection, how we can improve symptom severity during infection. So I've already had many collaborations in Brazil, because I came from here. I did all my qualification at Unicamp. So I work with Unicamp, UNESP, USP, and I've been co-supervised students by distance in dry projects and anything I can do from Birmingham. I've received some students already with the fund from Cap Springs, UBBI, a scheme that is the visiting fellows that happens every year, and Bepi FAPESP, a student from Fabio, will come soon to visit us. And I'm also participating in other grants, such as CNPQ, and working with some teaching at Unicamp. I think the very interesting thing we have about physical activity and aging is that all the effects we know from physical activity, they're the opposite of what age can cause. So, for example, physical activity can improve vaccination response, improve the defense against viruses, reduce hospitalization and mortality by infection, and reduce chronic diseases. So it's exactly the opposite what aging does. And then the main question is how physical activity can shape the immune system. It's a very hot topic for the ones studying immunology right now, that the metabolism of immune cells can regulate the function and the fate of the immune cells, so how they differentiate and where they go in the body. And two important aspects of aging are, I don't know if you've ever heard, but very important for the ones studying aging, are the inflammaging and immunosenescence. So inflammaging is the excess of inflammatory markers in the blood when we don't have an immune response, when we don't need to produce cytokines. And this excess of pro-inflammatory markers can, they are associated with diseases. So we should avoid it, we should try to reduce it with aging. And the immunosenescence is the impaired ability to fight off infections that happen with age. They are tightly associated with the metabolism of the cell. I don't want to go too deep because I know that the audience is varied, but just to summarize, we have two main pathways to produce energy, the glycolysis and the mitochondria function by oxidative phosphorylation. So when we have too much glycolysis, which we don't need and it stress our body, it's associated with too much production of inflammatory markers. It happens with aging. And in the other hand, when we need the cells to be activated, when we have a virus or a bacteria to fight off, we want the cells to change very quick to the oxidative phosphorylation pathway, to the glycolytic pathway, and this is also impaired with aging. So we are hoping, or we are exploring how exercise regulate this process. We focus specific on T cells because this study published on Science a few years ago, it shows that just by creating a mice model with dysfunctional mitochondria in T cells, it was enough to reproduce an aging phenotype, produce inflammaging and immunosenescence in young mice. So we know that the immune system controls a lot of the aging process in the whole body. In Birmingham, so I went to Birmingham to work with Professor Janet Lord, which is also famous in Brazil. She has many collaborators in Brazil, and recently BBC News had made an interview with her, which was translated to Portuguese and published in Fantástico. You may know. You may all know some outcomes of this research with the master cyclists. So it's a cohort of older adults who cycle. They're spread out across the UK. And we collect data from these cyclists. And now I'm doing the follow-up with them after 10 years. And very interesting findings we found with we get with the cyclists is that they do have lower inflammatory cytokines produced by their T cells, which is still opposing with aging compared to people who don't exercise. And when their cells are stimulated, when they need to fight against a virus, they do perform better. So they have much higher production of cytokines. So it's very obvious and significant the effect of exercise on their T cell function. So this is what I've done in my Newton Fellowship when I moved to the UK 3 years ago. Me and Fabio, we've been specifically interested on T regulatory cells and Th17. So there is an important balance between the cells. They're important for preventing autoimmune diseases, maintaining tolerance to self-antigens, controlling inflammation, and promoting immune tolerance. So the balance between those cells are very important. And we have showed before with the same cyclists that exercise, well, while age increased Tregs, T regulatory cells, and increased Th17, the master cyclists that had same age, they go back to very close to what young people look like. So they reduce, they have reduced Tregs and reduced Th17. And our intention with this project is basically we are going to follow other athletes, other older athletes, to see how the metabolism of their cells work, specifically CD4 T cells, which are the T helpers, and see how they will differentiate according to their metabolism to Tregs or Th17. And then we want to see the impact of this change in their immune function, so more clinical outcomes of this immune change in the blood. And this has a very high potential to drug development for immune system rejuvenation, not just using exercise, but for people who cannot do exercise, because changes in cytokines or receptors in the cells are very easy to regulate by other means. So that's it. I think I did in time. Oh, 8 minutes. Very good. Thank you.
I was about to say that was fantastic timing. So we definitely have some time for questions to the speakers.
Hi, Amanda, that was really interesting. I just wondered whether you have any insight about the type of exercise that people do, because, you know, cyclists tend to do lots of long hours, don't they? And I wondered whether you had any insights about different forms of exercise that people might be doing.
Thank you for this question. Yes, we know that both types of exercise, they regulate metabolism. Well, both types, I would say. The main types of exercise are aerobic exercise and strength exercise. They are very important for health. We also have for a health recommendation for older adults, increase in flexibility, so stretching and coordination type of exercise. So should be 4, but like mainly the ones related to most adaptations we need to keep health will be aerobic and strength. We work more with aerobic exercise in these projects because it's the easiest one to make sure we are improving cardiorespiratory fitness, which is an important adaptation for the whole system. And because they cycle, they also improve muscle mass. So it's not that we work with the strength exercise in this cohort, but we focus more on the cardiorespiratory system influencing metabolism. But it's very well known that both improve immune function and metabolism. Actually, I have a review. I think my paper with most citations is a meta-analysis where I showed that for older adults, strength exercise is very efficient to reduce loads of inflammatory markers, very significant. So it is important, but it's just not the focus here. But yeah, they both work.
Any more questions?
I'm interested in this as an older person, you see. So what about diet and other inputs? So you've spoken a lot about the kind of the exercise side of things. Any advice you can give on diet?
Well, we know it's very important when we think about aging and immune system. Caloric restriction is like the main lifestyle change that we can do to prevent aging, to delay aging. Unfortunately, exercise is not as effective on longevity as caloric restriction. It is a bias that we have because usually people who exercise, they eat better. We try when we have exercise interventions, we try to advise them to change their diet at least. But yeah, it will be influencing what we see. But in general, like if I can say one thing, because of course I cannot detail a lot, but yeah, caloric restriction is the main thing. So reduce calories independent of its protein, carbohydrate, or fat is the most efficient thing for aging purpose. Yeah. You're welcome.
By the way, just to explain, I'm holding my phone just because it has the time on it. It's not that I'm... Yeah. Maybe I can have one question. So, I mean, speaking from a personal experience, I guess, one of the difficulties with exercise, and I'm sure also in terms of older adults, is how to persuade someone to take on exercise or maintain an exercise regime. So do you have any reflections on what's the difference between people that are able to take that on or not able to take that on? Or
So, well, it's not really my field of research, like motivation for exercise. There's a whole group of very good researchers working on this. We know that the structure of the city is very important. So if the city is designed to be a walkable city or a space to cycle, it's very, very determinant for people physical activity level. We have actually in Birmingham Professor Aphrodite in the Sportex who work with this question, and she has a project now that she tests how one person who is motivated to exercise can bring another one, which is, I think, is a cool idea and works well. So they increase the number of people by helping each other. It is a problem in our research. So even in Brazil or at the University of Birmingham, we struggle because usually people who look to be volunteers in our research, they usually are people who are very healthy and they know about exercise benefits and they already exercise. So it's really a challenge for us to make this change. With the other thing we can try, and we've been seeing research, especially during COVID, starting to do this, is going to their house to help them to do exercise instead of waiting for them, especially for older adults, especially older adults with frailty. And also online programs. But yeah, it is a challenge for everyone, not for only for older adults, everyone. I struggle every day. I know the importance of it.
Yeah. Perfect. So we are incredibly on time. So thanks again for you guys, and we'll move. And we'll move to the next presentation, which will be on aging and neurodegenerative diseases. Sovan Salka from University of Birmingham, of course.
Is there any Amanda's time I can steal? So I love Brazil. I come from India, from a city called Calcutta, now called Kolkata, which is crazy about football. And during World Cup, half my city supports Brazil. And there are Brazil flags in front of my house in Calcutta. But other half of the city supports Argentina. So it's a clash. Right. So I work at the University of Birmingham on a cell biology process called autophagy. I'll give you a flavor on it and its impact on aging and neurodegeneration. And today I'll briefly give an overview of my engagements with Brazil, with this amazing country and their researchers, and how it had impacted our research and Birmingham and to Brazil as well. So I thought of giving a brief historical timeline about my engagements with Brazil. I first came in 2015 in Florianopolis as part of a British Council Newton Fund Researcher Links workshop. And after that, at the University of Birmingham, the Brazil Forum at that time, not Brazil Institute, they were very generous in supporting some travel funds, so my collaborator would come to Birmingham. And following that, we established collaboration with Tatiana at Santa Casa Medical School in São Paulo, and she started sending me students through their scholarship program. These are undergrad medical students. And then I also visited São Paulo for a FAPESP workshop. And then my collaborator also got a University of Birmingham Brazil visiting fellowship, which was incredibly helpful. And after that, I started getting more students. I started coming back to Sao Paulo for FAPESP workshops. And again, my collaborator also came under Brazil Visiting Fellowship. But we were fortunate to get the FAPESP, Birmingham Collaboration Fund, and which really helped to undertake our research more properly. And thereafter, there were more visits, and we were again fortunate to get a larger grant from LifeArc. It's a UK charity to further continue our research. And beyond that, my collaborator again came for a year and at the University of Birmingham. And I also got another student, a Fiocruz biology student under the Print Caps, Fiocruz Fellowship Scheme. And I also got another grant, which is a LifeArc Pathfinder grant based on our collaborative work. And more recently, we got a large MRC Neuroscience and Mental Health Board grant in the UK. And just to highlight some metrics that this seed funding from FAPESP Birmingham, which was incredibly helpful for our work, we actually kind of generated grant income, which is 10 times more approximately in 2019. And more recently, we kind of doubled that, with the new MRC funding. And these factors are quite approximate, not as precise as Robin's factor, but I wanted to give some numbers so that Robin is excited and also FAPESP, because this whole thing is started from the University of Birmingham and FAPESP seed funding. Oh, I didn't calculate all this, and yeah. Right, so there are some additional facts and outputs that I hosted a couple of undergrad medical students, 2 PhD students, 1 visiting professor. We also established the Memorandum of Understanding between Birmingham and Santa Casa Medical School. We got a number of publications, 9 of them so far, and many more to come in the near future. And I would just like to highlight these people who are actually, one of them is an undergrad medical student, and another person is a PhD student who just visited for 2 months and got a publication. So it just shows the incredible talent the Brazilian students have here. And just a few more that our work, what we published led to a couple of press releases and news stories, even covered by the FAPESP, but we also got press releases from our University of Birmingham. And I would like to share a bit more about the research, related to autophagy, brain cells, and brain disease, such as neurodegeneration. So autophagy is an essential cellular process that is very important for cell survival and human health. So this process happens inside a cell, which actually disposes cellular rubbish. Okay, so every cell is generating rubbish, which are protein aggregates or damaged organelles like mitochondria, and you need to dispose them off so that the cells are healthy. And there is proper survival of the cells, and therefore it contributes to tissue homeostasis and human health. Now, in the context of neurodegeneration, autophagy is dysfunctional, so this process cannot function properly, and this leads to cell death and primarily neuronal cell death. And defective autophagy is a key feature in many neurodegenerative disorders, including Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and Huntington's disease. So in my lab, I've been working on the mechanisms of autophagy related to neurodegenerative and lysosomal storage disorders. I'm also working on the very fundamental question that what are the consequences of autophagy defect, how autophagy malfunction can cause cell death, and also on the biomedical side, that whether we can stimulate autophagy pharmacologically to improve neuronal survival in the context of neurodegeneration. So in my lab, I have been working on human pluripotent stem cells. These are comprised of human embryonic stem cells, which comes from the inner cell mass of a human embryo, or induced pluripotent stem cells, where you can now convert a skin cell of a patient into a stem cell-like state, and then differentiate them into different cell types, whatever you want, and that's a remarkable breakthrough in biology. So I use these kind of cell models, and these are fantastic because they're self-renew, so they are not immortalized. And the beauty of them is they're pluripotent. That means they can be differentiated into any cell type of the human body. And in our lab, we have generated, on the left is a human embryonic stem cell colony. We have generated neurons, neural precursors, immune cells called macrophages, as well as skin cells called fibroblasts. So I just want to show you some very fundamental, discovery that we made, and to do this, we want, and this is related to, what is the role of autophagy in the cell? So if we knock out autophagy, what happens? And for the first time, we actually were able to knock out autophagy in human neurons by using an autophagy knockout, which is ATG5 is an autophagy knockout human embryonic stem cells, and they're associated with more cell death compared to the wild type, which is ATG5++. And if we differentiate them into neural precursors, we still see more cell death upon loss of autophagy. And then when we differentiate them more into neuronal cells, like at least 4 weeks of neuronal differentiation, the cell death is more pronounced in these cells. So this suggests that basal autophagy that's happening all the time in the cells is very important for neuronal survival, and loss of autophagy can contribute to neuronal cell death. And we also did a discovery science by undertaking metabolomics, and we found that there is actually an energy deficit, that there is a depletion of a metabolite called NAD that contributes to cell death via mitochondrial depolarization. Again, I'm not going into the mechanisms in details. And we also found that this mechanism is evolutionary conserved from yeast to humans. And we see that if you knock out autophagy in yeast, fly, or in mammalian cells, or in human neurons, there's a depletion of this NAD levels in the cells. So this suggests that autophagy ensures cell survival by maintaining the cellular levels of NAD. Now, in our lab, we are also doing disease modeling using human pluripotent stem cells. As I mentioned, you can now generate them from patients, and you can make neurons, which are cell types affected in the disease. And what we are doing is using this platform for disease modeling and drug discovery. So in Birmingham, I'm part of the Center for Rare Disease in collaboration with Professor Tim Barrett. We are trying to use defective autophagy as a shared pathomechanism so that we can, in future, we can do cluster trials with repurposed drugs. So here I have taken examples of 2 rare childhood onset neurodegenerative disorders. And why choose these disorders? Because we can really model the phenotypes very well in the patient neurons in our experimental system. And in both these conditions, we see autophagy defect, and we see that the same drugs that induce autophagy can rescue the phenotypes in both these disease models. So while the Niemann-Pick is published, I just want to highlight some unpublished data related to Wolfram syndrome. So these are neurons generated from either healthy individual or patient iPS cells, and the green dots you see are kind of marking cell death. So that means there's more cell death. So on the left is the control neurons. On the right, the second panel is the patient-derived neurons. And when I treat with 2 autophagy inducers, rapamycin or carbamazepine, these are FDA-approved drugs, we can see there's a reduction in cell death, okay? And this suggests that autophagy inducers are protective. And because we found that autophagy defect can have NAD depletion, we also used NAD boosters, and we found similar results, that NAD boosters, like boosting NAD, and these can be nutritional supplements that you can get in the market, can also reduce cell death and improve mitochondrial bioenergetics in Wolfram patient neurons. Now, one interesting avenue we are currently studying is a combination therapy. This is what we are trying to develop, where can we combine an autophagy enhancer and an NAD booster to see better therapeutic effects. And indeed, we see, if you see the purple bar on the right, that is the combination drug treatment, which has much better effect than the single drugs in terms of reducing cell death or improving mitochondrial health or reducing protein aggregations in the cells. So I'd just like to highlight the development pathway from basic science to clinical translation that we are dreaming of, that discoveries made in genetic models, we are applying them in childhood onset rare neurodegenerative disorders. And many of this information can be translated to late onset neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. And the ultimate goal is clinical translation in patients. And this visit has been wonderful. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I have set up some new collaboration, and this is a very relevant collaboration I just started in Florianopolis about drug testing in mouse models of neurodegeneration, like compounds that are coming up from our preclinical cell models. They can be tested in vivo in mouse models, and this is with Patricia at University of Santa Catarina. And I also set up a very important fundamental science collaboration with Daniel Martins at Unicamps. It's about understanding, it's about performing proteomics to understanding, changes of, cellular proteins and processes underlying aging. And this is the collaboration I'm hoping will give us some discovery science, and we can follow, future, biomedical route from there. And apart from that, with Adesio Neto at USP, we have also initiated a collaboration to study the role of defective autophagy now in heart cells, not brain cells, and in the context of Chagas disease. So I'd like to thank all my collaborators, my current lab members, some of the past lab members from Brazil. Also, I'd like to thank all the funding agencies. We can see FAPESP there as well, and muito obrigado to the Birmingham Institute and FAPESP. Thank you very much.
We can only imagine what someone would have done with 20 minutes presentation. We have time for probably one question. Okay. Can I have a quick question? Again, might be completely. So, linking the last two presentations, is there any link between exercise and autophagy?
There is, and also with caloric restriction. There is, and also with caloric restriction. So, starvation stimulates autophagy. It's a physiological stimulator of autophagy, and that is why, if you see in Hinduism, there are lots of rituals where people are starving, and many other religions as well. And probably this is linked to, longevity. And it has been shown robustly in various animal models that, if you promote autophagy, you promote longevity, and also starvation can promote longevity. And yes, in terms of exercise, it probably improves mitochondrial fitness, so it can be a different pathway. So I don't know how to combine them, right? So there are two different routes, but both of them work.
Yeah. So right on time again.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we are ready for our final presentation of this session. What are the Centenarian secrets? And Mariana Zatz from USP. Well,
I have 2 minutes more. I would like to thank very much FAPESP for the invitation and for all the support that we have from FAPESP for all our research. So what I'm going to show a little bit is an ongoing research on centenarians. This is the Human Genome and Stem Cell Research Center, where I am coordinating. And our mission is basic research, technology transfer, and education. And we have seen more than 100,000 families with genetic disorders so far. And recently I'm also interested in healthy aging. As you know, the world, it's not going. Okay, the world and the Brazilian population are growing older. We had in 2010 the population of 60 more were 20 million, and in the last census we had more than 31 million people over 60 years of old, and we have more than 30,000 centenarians. So what can we learn from centenarians? And I would like just to remember the importance of a basic research on the last revolution of the last 26 years, which were the cloning of the sheep Dolly. I'm having a problem here. The Human Genome Project, the iPS cells, which were mentioned before, and the gene editing. So how these breakthroughs are going to help us to get to age more, to have a better life. So the Human Genome Project, which was launched in 1990, with the aims to sequence all our genes. As you know, it took 13 years with a cost of $3 billion. And now we can sequence a genome in several hours with a cost of about $500. And we have panels that can screen 20,000 genes simultaneously. The big challenge is to understand genes function, which is the functional genome. And as you know, the Human Genome Project also showed that there is no superior race. We are all equal or equally different. But ethnic difference can be very important for our response to drugs. And another big discovery was the induced pluripotent stem cells, as it was shown before, which gave the Nobel Prize to Shinya Yamanaka. And these iPS cells have the potential to differentiate in all cell lines. Another breakthrough was the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing, which also gave the Nobel Prize to Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier. And we are working also in xenotransplantation to transform pigs as organs donors for humans. Which also will be very important to increase lifespan. And this is the group that is working on this project. And this is the first patient that had a kidney transplanted about 1 month ago, and from a pig, and he's back home. And we are starting this project here also. But I want to talk about genomic and functional studies. In 2008, we started a collection of healthy octogenarians for genome studies. And the idea was to serve as a data bank of the Brazilian population, aiming to interpret variant pathogenicity and search for protective genes and mechanisms responsible for healthy aging and asymptomatic patients carrying pathogenic mutations. So these were some of our 80+ volunteers. They are now more than 90 years old, most of them. And we have a very important collaboration from a group called SABI, which comes from Health, Wellbeing and Aging, who are following patients, volunteers since year 2000, with a cohort of people over than 60 years old. And as you can see, this is my lab at that time, and you can see how admixed is our group. So this is the great advantage of the Brazilian population. So we published 2 papers. The last one with over 1,000 individuals from the Brazilian population. And we found 2 million novel genetic variants that were not deposited in the data banks to show the importance of studying the Brazilian population. But the big question, which was addressed now before, is how to increase health span, how much is genetics, how much is environment. And we know that for most people, environment has a role of about 80%, and 20% is genetics. Environment, as everybody knows, what is the good exercise and health and being connected. But what about centenarians? So, excuse me. How I'm having problems here. How I go back now? Okay, thank you. How to be a young centenarian? So what we know that in centenarians, resilience depends much more in genetics than environment. And here we have example of 3 centenarians, Eugenia, who is 103, Laura, 104, she's now 105. And the question is there is a limit for longevity. I'm sorry about this last slide, but it was Laura who was talking. The slide is not in the right position. But they asked her at age 105 what was the secret for being in such a good shape at 105. She is a swimmer. She's a champion of swimming. And she said, well, the first answer is my DNA. she replied that. And according to a science study, the risk of death would level off after age 105 and creating what they call a mortality plateau. At that point, the odds of someone dying from one birthday to the next one would be roughly 50%. So one of the secrets is to endure until 105. Another study showed that these centenarians had very low levels of adrenomedulin, which contributes to age-related memory loss in mice and is elevating in aging human brains. And they showed that old mice with adrenaline deficiency have better cognitive performance and less memory loss than control mice. What was observed in the 900 centenarians in Okinawa? They had evidence of rare HLA variants and a decreased risk of inflammatory and autoimmune disease. And then there was this study of this Netflix series that probably you have seen, though they talk about the blue zones where people live longer than average, and they think that this is because healthy food, exercise, and important social life. But on the contrary, there is a study from near Barzilai who studied almost 500 centenarians, and he showed that 60% of men and 30% of women smoked during a long period of their lives. Almost 50% were overweight, and less than 50% did physical exercise. And here he showed 4 brothers, Sibs, that were all over 100 years old. And he interviewed one of the ladies who was 106, and she confessed to him that she had smoked all her life. And he asked, but your doctor didn't tell you that you shouldn't smoke? He said, yes, I had 4 doctors that repeated this all the time, but unfortunately, 4 of them are dead already. But another question is also near Barzilai suggested that maybe we'll have an advantage of a smaller body. This shows that small dogs live longer than big dogs, ponies live longer than horses. And what about humans? A smaller body would have less cell divisions, more efficient blood circulation. And I remember Eugenia, when I read this paper, she was here 103, and you can see how short she is. And she was very funny. When she saw this picture, she said, people are going to ask, who is this dwarf with Mariana? And this is Laura, who is the champion, swimming champion. And also, as you can see, she's very short, which is not good news for me. Here is another centenarian. She's a yoga teacher, 100 also years old, and also, as you can see, her size. And this is Sister Ina. I'm sorry again for the crooked slide. She is now 100. She's going to be 116 next month. And people ask her to write my name, and she asked me, your name is written with Y, Mariana, or with I? So, as you can see, and this is José Bernardo, 105 years old, and he's working in a supermarket, and people say that he's the best employee of this supermarket. So what we are currently investigating in these centenarians. First, we want to understand the resistance to COVID-19. And for this, we are doing functional studies. We are deriving from iPS cells we are deriving lung cells from resilient centenarians who are infected, and we're going to infect the cell lines with SARS-CoV-2 and try to understand how they resisted to COVID-19. And this is Milton, who is 108, and he drinks whiskey every morning. And he's also extremely bright at his age. And we are going to derive small organized from him. We are deriving already small organized from him. And we are comparing with children who have progeria, with a very sad disease where they have accelerated aging. So these are the small organoids that we are deriving from them and try to understand the mechanism. We also wanted to compare, to understand the role of genetics in the environment, comparing monozygote twins. And also another project that we are starting now with athletes. We want to try to understand what genomic variants athletes and healthy nonagenarians and centenarians have in common. This lady on the right side is one of the you can see her swimming. And the gentleman can run this 10 kilometers in 50 minutes. These people also can teach how to be healthy at this age. And we also want to compare centenarian without sarcopenia with elderly who has frailty. And for this, we are going to derive from iPS cells, muscle cell lines, and also try to compare to try to understand them. So when the idea is, if we identify genomic protective variants, we want to know what is their function, how to use this information to protect everyone, and what other approach could we plan in the future. Could CRISPR-Cas9 technology in the future correct defective genes or responsible for rapid aging, transform common genes in protective genes, increase the expression of protective variants? And just to end up, what are the secrets beyond genetics to be healthy centenarians? What are their life secrets? So this is Rita Levi-Montalcini at 103. She was a Nobel Prize in Medicine, and her secret was passion for science. This is Alice Sommer. She was a pioneer Holocaust survivor at 107, and her secret was passion for music, love for people, and optimism. And what about our centenarians? They talk about optimism, sense of humor, and what we call joie de vivre. So while we try to sort it out, what are the recommendations? Exercise, as it was said before, healthy food, and enjoy life. And passion, of course. So I want to thank all our collaborations, the Centenarian Hunters, COVID-19 collaboration, and all the students that are now in my lab. And thank you so much for your attention.
I think we have time for one question before we need to move to the next session. Any quick question? I mean, okay.
That was great. I really enjoyed it. I'm a social scientist, though, so I'm bound to ask. How much of this is correlation and how much of it is causation? So there are evident selection effects. How do you work out whether those factors that are expressed by people who get there are actually causation, or it just so happens to be correlated?
Well, as I mentioned, we believe that there are some people that get over 100 years old independent of the environment. And for these people, genetics is really most important. But for most of us who maybe were not born with these protective genes, I think that what they are is also told that exercise, healthy food is very important. But what we want to really to understand is what these protective genes do, what is their function. So maybe with this we could help everybody.
That's it. I think we do need to move, I think, to the next session. So thanks again for all the speakers for this session. I think we managed to keep to time roughly, so well done.
Okay, it's very interesting how we switch topics very fast here. And we are now going to transport solutions, not like blood transport, but real person transport. And I want to call Adriane again to join us. She, as you saw, she investigates how forests respond to different global change force and what is the implication of this response to the biodiversity. Her work demonstrates the importance of drug tolerance in shaping diversity and composition across neurotropical trees community, and provides evidence that Amazonian forests are changing as a result of the increase of the water stress on atmospheric CO2 pressure. More recently, she was focused on tree mortality and how tree death varies across large geographical scale. She focused on the Amazon and Atlantic forests, and now she'll be focused on time. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. So this session is the last one before we hear the final closing remarks, which is all what we are waiting for. So let's hear about transport. And I love keeping time. So this is one of my things I have most fun with. So I'm going to be keeping people's time. So now we're going to hear from Professor Roger Dixon, Director of the Research Birmingham Center and Railway of Education, and Cassiano Augusto Isler from Escola Politécnica of USP.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm Roger, and this is Cassiano. Yep, hello. I can't say BCRRE in full either. The Birmingham Centre for Rail Research and Education. So we're going to do a bit of a double act. I'm here representing around 28 professors and assistant professors that work in our railway centre. So I'm trying to give a bit of a view of that. Cassiano has actually already done some collaborative work with colleagues at Birmingham. So he's going to talk a little bit about that, and then I'll sum up with a little bit about what we're planning to do going forward. So, closer? Okay. Wave if you can't hear at the back. So just to give an idea of what we're doing at Birmingham, I don't know why engineers have to say this. Watching some of the talks here today, I'm seeing a lot of impact and a lot of lasting legacy, and we're trying to say in our engineering way that we're doing that as well at the Birmingham Centre for Rail Research and Education. So our focus is coming up with wacky new ideas, and then through the research and development process, creating innovations that can make a difference, and actually getting them out there and getting them used, which is often for engineers the trickiest part, to be honest. Maybe it's the case in other technical disciplines as well. So making a difference is really important to us. Perhaps we shouldn't have to say that, it should be implicit. We get around quite a lot from the Rail Research Centres. So we've got activities in most countries in the world, and actually I need to update this map because there's a few new MOUs and things that have popped up just this week in Brazil. So very exciting times. And to give, or try and give, an idea of the kinds of things that we do. So we're a School of Engineering, or we're based in the School of Engineering at Birmingham, but we also have colleagues that are in geography and metallurgy and some of the other schools and colleges. So we do pretty much everything that features in different parts of the railway, from the top level systems thinking stuff and the policy type stuff, which is what Cassiano is going to talk about a little bit in a minute, through to aerodynamics and looking at what happens when trains go into tunnels with the airflows and all of that stuff, to some of the simulation and control and autonomy things that I'm interested in personally. So there's a lot of things on there. I won't read them all out, but covers a lot. I'm going to hand over to Cassiano now to talk about some of the things that he's been collaborating with over the past 6 or 7 years with colleagues at Birmingham.
Thank you, Roger. Well, I'm Dr. Cassiano Isler from the Transportation Engineering Department of Escola Politécnica at the University of São Paulo. And I'm here just to talk a bit about our past collaboration and what we are doing now. So I met Dr. Marcelo Blumenfeld from BCRRE in 2017, like our Indian colleague in Santa Catarina, in the Newton Fund workshop. And after that, I engaged into the Brazil Visiting Fellow Scheme offered by the University of Birmingham in 2018 and 19, and which derived in this publication where we assessed the railway infrastructure of new alignments here in Brazil. We evaluated the costs and the benefits of energy consumption and emissions. And after that, we had a project approved by FAPESP, joint call in 2019 with the University of Birmingham, and it also derived in some publications. I participated in the World Conference on Railway Research in 2022 in Birmingham, and we estimated some perceptions about the value of travel time of users here in Brazil for new railway services, and we have also some publications. And in this very recent paper from the Modern project, the Modeling Demand for Railway Networks in Brazil, we have this paper accepted and published last week, let's say, and when we estimated the value of travel time for passenger transport here in Brazil in the context of the new railway projects like the one connecting São Paulo and Campinas. So we assessed the valuation of travel time in different technologies. And after that, we had another project approved in the joint call between FAPESP and the University of Birmingham. It started here this year in January. Where we are road mapping the resilience of urban public transport system in small and mid-sized cities here in Brazil and in the UK. We are in the phase of the literature review. So this picture is from one of the papers that we found in the literature, and we are planning a visit. I'm going to visit the BCRRE in July this year, and the committee, the delegation from the University of Birmingham are coming here, Dr. Blumenfeld and Dr. Fischer. They are visiting the University of São Paulo by the end of this year. So I give back to Professor Roger.
Thanks, Cassiano. So those are the kinds of things that we've been working on already. And for me, this week and this event has been about really the future and planning for the future. So we'd like to explore other topics, and I've got a long list, and I didn't make a note of when we started, so feel free to wave if we get into a minute. So the things that we've identified, and Cassiano and I are going to follow this up in the next few weeks. Engineering at USP is huge. Yeah? How many hundred people? 15 departments, 4,000 students. So there are people that are doing all these disciplines that we're interested in the UK, in rail, maybe not all for rail. So part of the mission that we have is to try and get more academics over here interested in rail research. The other thing, I'm sort of digressing a little bit from this, is that really creating a legacy is about the people more than the technology. So it would be great if some of the cool technologies that we work on together and that we have worked on separately in the past can lead to part of a lasting legacy, but the real legacy is people. So the education part is really important, and getting colleagues here in Brazil enthused about railways in the same way as we are is part of that mission. So I've got some ideas on here that we want to, between the two institutions and groups, look at, and there's things on here. So this is some of this is quite techie. So maglev presents an interesting opportunity. This is a bit down the line, yeah, not next week, perhaps not in 5 years, but in the future. Maglev offers the opportunity of quicker switching, and quicker switching gives you greater capacity. One of the issues with railways, when you stand and look at a railway track, generally there's nothing there, yeah, no trains, big gaps between the trains. So if you can switch quicker, you can have more trains, you can transport more passengers or more freight between two places. So the first two are really two ways of doing that. One's a bit shorter term, make our conventional switches much better. We got some great ideas between us about how to do that. I think I've got some more slides actually that show some pictures. What is a switch even? You're not all rail people, are you? So, anyone play with a Hornby train set or similar sort of thing? a few sad cases in the audience, yes. Me too. So switches allow trains to go down one route or to change route and go somewhere else. And our conventional switches are pretty slow. They're safety critical. And because of that, when anything goes wrong, you delay the trains. And that's a problem if it's passenger trains, or here at the moment, it's more to do with freight trains. But we've been hearing this week how delays for freight trains can also be a real problem. I don't think the freight itself gets irritated, but the people that are waiting for it to do the next leg of the journey do. So we've got a few ideas around how maglev and new switch mechanisms can help with getting capacity up. Oh, loads of little videos of toys and things. So maybe we get one of these installed here in Brazil in the future. The maglev already is in Brazil, I think not in São Paulo. In addition, we want to try and take some ideas around AI and intelligent systems and make the maintenance better. So that's the bit on the left. So by collecting data on the trains that are running around your network, you can know about the track, you can know about the trains and when they're beginning to fail, and you can do some clever stuff with that data so that you can have the maintenance people turn up and do the maintenance before things go wrong. Typically in railways, especially in the UK, they turn up in a hurry when something's gone wrong. And that's why those of us that take trains in the UK, we're often waiting for them and they're saying it's delayed due to not always drivers not turning up. There's other reasons. In addition, I've been talking to some colleagues from the rail industry here this week, and they're really excited about autonomous trains, self-driving trains. So we've got colleagues in the school and the railway centre that are looking at self-driving cars and some really cool mathematical control techniques for that. These are applicable to trains, so I think we got some scope there as well, and I'm sure you've got some control freaks in your department as well. I am one, okay. And then finally, using simulation and AI tools for optimization of the railway networks. So we've got in the UK and particularly at Birmingham a long tradition of doing simulation and analysis in order to work out how best to build and timetable your railways. So the best plan is not to build the thing, try it out and find out it doesn't work, but to build it all in a computer, check that it does work and then build it. So we want to work with colleagues here in Brazil to try and do that. There's a lot of railways in Brazil that have fallen out of use that the authorities are keen to bring back into use, and we can look at using these tools to work out what would be the best way to do that. And also how we can optimize things to get freight and passengers running alongside each other, because wouldn't it be nice to take more trains between all of these great cities in Brazil that we've been flying between this week? So I think that's all I had to say. That must be the last of the 2 minutes, though the lady hasn't popped out again to tell me. Cassiano, anything to add?
I just want to thank FAPESP and the University of Birmingham for all the support for the research, the previous research, and now for the initiative of the Birmingham Brazil Institute. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for 2 questions. Yeah, question there in the back.
Okay, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Roger, you mentioned the future and you showcased some technologies and some solutions for the future. Do you think the investment should be towards more high-tech solutions that can end in a more efficient system, but perhaps at a cost of some environment damage? Or should we look at more eco-friendly and sustainable solutions which might be less efficient and the implementation might take longer?
Yeah, I think we have to think about sustainability. That's a priority now, isn't it? So that's got to come first. We're quite lucky that the railways are a pretty environmentally friendly way of operating, particularly if you electrify vehicles, either vehicles or the infrastructure. So, you know, sustainability, yeah, it's no good going backwards and inventing new things that are not environmentally friendly and sustainable.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any final questions? Yeah, one more question.
So thank you for the presentation, Daniel, for the UK government. Thinking about the differences that we have between the UK and Brazil related to climate. So the whole environment, the temperature, actually the differences between the soil and the geological differences. How are you guys connecting the experiences that we have in the UK with the modeling in Brazil, and how it impacts on the results?
That's a fantastic question. To be honest, to answer that properly, we'd need one of my civil engineering colleagues to come in. I mean, yes, there are quite a lot of differences between Brazil and UK. Not least all of those things. We are also active in places like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, where again, things are different. So I think part of it is us all learning together. And this is maybe where there is great potential, collaborating with Cassiano's colleagues who understand the local situations here, so that we're both learning. I mean, the other obvious difference is that mostly in Brazil, you're mostly transporting freight by rail. We're mostly transporting people by rail in the UK. So again, I think we can learn a lot from each other in that space as we both try and even things up a little bit and transport everything.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're going to move now to the next talk. Thank you. So now we're going to have Professor Jonathan Radcliffe talking about decarbonization through solutions.
Great, thanks, Adriana. And again, very nice to be here. and talk to you about decarbonisation. So I'm Jonathan Radcliffe, I'm a Professor of Energy Systems, and my research is looking at how we shift towards a more net zero energy system. And as we heard earlier, energy is responsible for about 80% or more of the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing climate change. And we made great progress over the last 10 or 20 years in finding new renewable sources for electricity generation. So the attention is really shifting now towards other areas where technology is still important, but there are a lot of other factors that come into play as we look more on the demand side, how energy is used, and that becomes much more local as well. So we begin to think about how people are involved in energy rather than thinking about it as just something that is generated far from us and that we can just switch on a light and out we get what we need. So I'm going to look at how we're taking forward a new project that is being funded between the US and UK by the National Science Foundation and UK Research and Investment. That is a global centre in clean energy, specifically clean energy and equitable transportation solutions called CLEATS. So this is joint with partners at the University of Illinois system, DPI, and University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and others in the US, Arizona State University and NCAR, and in the UK with Cardiff University. And happily, University of Illinois system has got a good relationship with FAPESP also, so I think there could be some nice triangulation around this. The Global Centre is therefore bringing together a wide range of disciplinary subjects to take forward these challenges, establish this global centre, enhance international collaboration between the UK and US, but more globally. And so we'd like to bring in partners from Brazil into this and then take the lessons that we learn to a wider community. So I'll talk a little bit more about the project in a minute. I'll first of all give a little bit of context to this. First of all, looking at emissions in the West Midlands. I use that. Okay, you can see the mouse here. So as I said, we made a lot of progress in reducing emissions. This graphic looks at where the emissions are coming from in different sectors. And you can see over the last 10 years, there's been a good decline in a number of different areas. So emissions from the domestic sector. In the UK, this is mostly from heating. We've got more efficient appliances, still using a lot of natural gas, but there's been big improvements there. On industry, again, we've had more efficient processes, but also we've seen the outsourcing or offshoring of a lot of our industry, so the emissions have come down. And similarly with commercial and public sector, which are mostly using electricity to meet their demands, as we've reduced the emissions from electricity generation, has had that knock-on impact on emissions from those different sectors. What we still see, though, are the emissions from transport remaining very high, and they haven't really changed much over the last 10 years. So this is despite engine technology itself becoming much improved. So we can create better, more efficient engines, but the vehicles that we're buying are much heavier. So the number of SUVs has increased massively over the last 10 years, and the number of road miles has increased as well. So the overall emissions from transport really haven't come down very much at all. So this stops at 2019. As you obviously there was a bit of a change with the pandemic, where the road miles dropped quite significantly. They've rebounded, but still at about 8% lower than they were in 2019. Remains to be seen whether we return to the previous levels over the next few years, though. And I suppose just looking at a specific region is also helpful. because when we're thinking about the demand side, it becomes much more context dependent. And so, this is just for the West Midlands, which is where Birmingham is in the UK. Different parts of the country will have different sectoral emissions, but they also are fairly similar trends. And we can look at things wider than just the CO2 or greenhouse gas emissions that come from our use of road transport. And this is some work that is done from the University of Birmingham, colleagues Jan Zhong, Bill Bloss, and with Jenny Stocker from the Cambridge Environmental Research Consultants as part of our project that is looking at the air quality within the region. So this is Birmingham in the middle here, and we've got some of the neighbouring conurbation. And you can see the main roads, and these are the emissions of the nitrous oxide as they've been modelled, but building on real-world data that's part of their modelling process. And we can track just the impact of those emissions near to the main roads. And this then feeds into health outcomes as well. And this is work from Suzanne Bartington at University of Birmingham at the Institute of Applied Health Research, and attributing changes in mortality due to these increased emissions. So there's some nice links to some of the talks that we heard earlier around COPD and so on, and how we can think about shifting towards cleaner, different forms of transport can have wider impacts rather than just focusing on the greenhouse gas emissions. And I got some of the data from Brazil, and it's a fairly similar pattern. If we look at a country level where the emissions are coming from, it's the transport that is at the top. So the use of oil is by far and away the most significant driver of greenhouse gas emissions here. So first of all, we can see this increase in demand early on, and it really hasn't changed very much over the last 10 years, even though there have been a reduction from industry. The blue line is interesting. So this is the emissions from electricity mostly. So Brazil has got a relatively clean electricity system thanks to the hydro. In the 2010s, there was a drought which had a big impact on the hydropower. And so you can see the increase in emissions in the early part of the decade as more coal and gas was brought in to provide that increasing demand in the country, although it's been slowly declining as hydro has increased, and there's been an increase in renewables as well from wind. So we can look ahead then and think about how we're going to shift to cleaner forms of transport. And this is work from the National Grid in the UK. So they operate the energy system. And they've developed scenarios that look at if we're to meet our net zero aims by 2050, how are we going to decarbonise the road transport sector? So these are two different scenarios, and they're not really predicting how things will change over the next few decades, but how they could do if they're driven by either how consumers are changing their behaviour, or whether it's more of a system transformation and there's more of a driver from technology. And they give us different ways of getting to net zero. First, on the left, it's more around consumers using electric vehicles. And we can see this increase over the next few decades, where we end up with a mostly electric vehicle outcome. On the right-hand side, there's alternative approaches to decarbonising road transport that includes hydrogen as well. And this is aligned with the wider scenario that is think about how consumers play less of a role and hydrogen is meeting more of the home heating demand. So there are different ways of getting to the same endpoint, and we need to use this scenario approach to think about the wide range of ways that we could change and what impacts different pathways might take us. And these scenarios then are looking at that air quality using the same modelling, and this is based on an electric vehicle scenario. First of all, well, we can just focus on the right-hand side one first. It's just showing the impact of how moving towards electric vehicles will reduce the NO2 emissions over time, again, across Birmingham and the West Midlands regions. So we can use this modelling to analyse different pathways within a sort of more local context to understand what impact they'll have on people and think about the sort of inequalities that will be presented because where people live is really important to their different health outcomes. So the research plan, just to give a couple of slides on the project itself, is being led by Ashish Sharma at Illinois and myself in Birmingham. It's over 5 years, out to 2028. It's a fairly big project, about $10 million overall, and it's across these 3 different themes, which are looking at the use and demand for transport, and the different ways that we might shift towards different technologies, the infrastructure that will be needed to enable that shift, and some of the sort of local climate impacts that we'll experience over the next few decades, and how we prepare the infrastructure to deal with climate change impacts. But across that, we're looking at support tools, taking into account environmental and climate justice, the public health impacts, the cybersecurity implications, and I think really importantly, how we drive that shift by using public institutions and decision makers. The convergent science approach is really bringing together all the stakeholders into the project. So importantly, focusing on the users and the stakeholders that will be involved. So I'll just shift to the final slide. Some of the interesting things I think we need to look at are around the health and environmental impacts at a local level. There's issues around the exhaust and tyre particulates that are coming from electric vehicles. Think about system resilience. As we move towards more electric vehicles, then the transport and electricity system become much more closely coupled. And if there's a shock that is affecting one of those, then it has a much wider knock-on impact across society. There could be other shocks that we need to deal with. We've seen examples of extreme weather very recently. Over the longer time scale, climate change will be changing maybe our behavior, and we'll be subject potentially to cyber attacks that affect both transport and electricity networks. We need to consider how we get the electricity or hydrogen, depending on the scenario, to meet that demand, and how we can implement this transformational change, but by using the sort of governance and policies within that. And finally, just looking at the impact on local communities, so that it's an equitable transition. We think about the variable impacts on people where they live, and what access they have to transport and mobility solutions. So as part of this, we're keen to use the measures that are in place that will allow funding with other regions. I think São Paulo would be a really interesting place to take this forward. So I'd really welcome discussions, and I've had quite a few this week, but it'd be nice to see if we can build on that over the next 5 years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Extremely interesting. I think in the interest of time, we're going to leave the questions for lunchtime, and we're going to now welcome Guenther Carlos Grieker Filho from Escola Politécnica in USP.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to me to be here. And I would thank my previous presenters here by doing my job somehow easier, because jumping from molecular science, aging, to internal combustion engines would be too hard for me here. Thank you, the colleagues. And I will present you a little bit about the role of internal combustion engines in Brazilian transport sector. That is my goal today here, yes? And I am from the University of São Paulo, the colleague here also from Polytechnical School, and the Research Center for Greenhouse Gas Innovation. The question is, or a provocative question, can we get rid of combustion? Or how to get rid of combustion? Is it possible? Why do not do this now? If we look, as the colleague has presented now, if you look oh, it doesn't work here. The mouse, yeah. If you look the energy matrix from Brazil, 2022, and also the world energy scenario, we see that even for Brazil, where we have, say, green energy matrix, we are about 60% dependent on fossil fuel and or combustion, say so, for the energy sector. And this is better than the world scenario, but even from Brazil, it is an important question how to change from natural gas, oil or petrol, renewables, because here we include ethanol in yellow, 18%. This is very important for us here. If we look the energy consumption in transportation sector, just this sector, we see, as shown previously, that diesel oil is the main part of our consumption here. Gasoline, alcohol, natural gas, biodiesel, and other fuels here. Where is here? So it means that we have somehow to change from diesel oil and gasoline for other fuels or for electric fuels or something like that. This is an estimation of the Brazilian Association of Automotive Engineering, and we see that for passenger cars, even by 2050, we will see a predominance on the, I cannot show here. Oh, where is the mouse? Where is the mouse here? How can I? Okay, thank you. We see that even by 2050, the internal combustion engines in Brazil will be the most used or applied technology. On the other hand, we see here fuel cell engines and even internal combustion engines using hydrogen. As I say, if we have all the hydrogen amount that people are saying that we will have, the greatest part of them will be used in internal combustion engines, gas turbines, and so on. And see the energy, fuel, gasoline to hydrogen. This is the Brazilian scenario. Therefore, for us, it is important developing and using internal combustion engines. I would like to apologize here, should be freight or heavy-duty vehicles, but the scenario is almost the same for freight transportation or buses. The predominance will be internal combustion engines, and here hybrid electric vehicles, battery electric vehicles, and fuel cell. This also, once again, an estimative for Brazilian. You may know, but just to illustrate, the technological routes for electrification. We can have battery vehicles, plug-in battery and internal combustion engines here, hybrid electric vehicles, and fuel cell. And in Brazil, for us, it's very important to use hybrid vehicles, but instead of oil or fossil fuel here, we are already working on it to use ethanol here because it's renewable. So we can achieve these hybrid electric fuel vehicles using ethanol. And I will show you some studies we have done on renewable fuels, ethanol, and also biogas. For us in Brazil, ethanol and biogas are very important. This is a question that people do, but we use today 1.1% of the area from Brazil to produce ethanol. It means for us, the competition, food or energy, is not a big issue, say so. And a part of that, we are increasing on the production of biogas because of the evolution and development and growth on the agricultural market in Brazil and agricultural residues. So what we have done in this scenario, we have developed or tried some projects, high efficiency internal combustion engines for ethanol, biogas, and hydrogen. This is just a picture of our lab. We have a transparent optical engine here so that we can take images on the combustion inside the engine and then work on the development of new engines. Using the modeling, the mathematical modeling of the engines in order to be able to introduce modifications on the engine, geometric modifications, operation modification on the engine, we have to be able to model these engines. And for example, here we have published a modification that so far were not be done. For the ethanol, we have to adjust some parameters on the model, and we have studied this here last year, or published last year. Here, in order to characterize the ethanol injector, that is a injector used in Brazil, we have to characterize the spray and the statistical distribution of the droplets diameter and droplets velocity, because this is a very important feature for the designing of the combustion chamber and the operation of the engine. And with the Brazilian researchers groups have to do these results because ethanol is important for us. And here also a result of a numerical simulation of this ethanol engine showing this calibration or modification of the model used normally for gasoline and natural gas should be modified here in order to calculate properly the engine. Here, an example of one project we are developing right now for biogas, for an engine. We are modifying a diesel engine for a last mile transportation in cities for biogas in order to reduce the pollutants emission in cities, in urban areas, because it's for a, say, small duty engine. Here are some results. We have modified the piston head to a new geometry based on the results we have. And here we have also carried out some studies using hydrogen in diesel as a combustion accelerator, say so, for diesel engines. And we have seen or investigated here that depending on the injection strategy, you can gain or not power or efficiency of the engine. And this we have to study to improve or to use such engines. Some publications we have done so far, and coming to conclusion, combustion for gaseous and liquid fuels, conventional and advanced combustion process have to be studied. We have used laser-based diagnostics tools to validate the computational models and to identify the features of injectors and combustion. For that, we also use the single-cylinder research engine with optical access. And we have got some innovative data and numerical simulation for ethanol, hydrogen, and biomass fuels. The infrastructure that we have, and here I would like to thank FAPESP, because of this infrastructure we have purchased with FAPESP and collaborations for some companies, and also the ongoing projects we have so far. Thank you for your attention. I am on time.
On time, perfectly on time. So we have some time for questions for Professor Gator.
Thank you very much. And actually, this is a question that was triggered by the previous presentation, but I think it's still very relevant for this presentation. So on the previous presentation, we saw a slide where there was the emissions by sector, and we saw transport up at the top. And the one that really interested me was the energy, electricity generation. And just thinking about here about the different types of energy that we could be using, what modelling has been done if we're decarbonising transportation using other forms? What are the emissions from creating these other forms of fuel?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have presented only the energy distribution by sector and not exactly the emissions. But in Brazil, transportation is the most important for emission, for sure, because if the hydraulic systems is working properly and enough, the reductions are lower in the industry, although not we have to take care also on the industrial emissions or electricity, if the electricity is produced by thermal power systems. But for sure, in Brazil, is transportation the most important for emission.
Yeah, so maybe my question is a bit of a follow-up to that, is trying to understand what emissions are involved in the production of ethanol. So the land use doesn't seem to be so much of a pressure, but you still need to transport the ethanol.
Yeah.
You need to put fertilizer on it. There's a land use change. Have you analyzed that?
Yes. This is a big question, therefore I'm not talking on it. But I have to say, in Brazil, we say, okay, ethanol is renewable fuel, green energy. Okay, I say also this. But even for the production of ethanol, the transportation in the production is done by diesel engines. So there is a proper question. The transportation of ethanol and the production of ethanol is not zero emission, for sure. And one point is using ethanol for the transportation in the agricultural or the production of ethanol. Is this the question?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. So, but you still have the fertilizer that goes on, which maybe comes from fossil fuel. Yeah. Have you looked at the whole life cycle of
yes.
production?
There are concerns about. Yes.
We have time for one more question if someone has a final question.
So again, a follow-up on this question, because I think this is the most important part of the decarbonization of the transport, which is the total balance of energy and carbon emission on every single technology. And I have seen studies for now or there, like that electricity and battery should be used, and then ethanol should be used, and so on and so forth. And so my question is, how difficult is to measure this from pitch to well, you know? Because I think that's always the question, like how can you measure, since, because we saw from the previous talk that there's an outsourcing of production away from a place. So when you outsource the production of batteries to China, what happens there? So that seems very difficult to calculate or to measure. But how difficult it is. I just want to have a feeling. It seems difficult, but how difficult it is.
Thank you for the question. Very difficult. And I'm not working on it, measuring this. My point here is we are aware of all these questions, but for the Brazilian matrix, we could achieve the reductions of CO2 emission doing some feasible modifications because we have already an industry using ethanol engines. We have the production of ethanol. It means for us in Brazil, ethanol is a feasible, technically and economical solution. A part of all the questions and difficult to measure also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Genter. We got to the end of our session, so now we can move on.
Okay, so I know that everybody's hungry, but we want to invite Professor Robin and Professor Connie McManus for the closing panels. And we have an idea to take a picture of everybody on the floor before we leave to the lunch. So I'm asking that before you guys start talking, because so you talk and then we go up and take the picture, okay? Thank you. Yeah, talk for a second. Yeah. You want to connect, please.
Who goes first? Thank you very much. So on behalf of FAPESP, on behalf of the Scientific Directorate, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. I think the talks this morning were very, very interesting, very useful. I think if you look at the portfolio of what FAPESP thinks is important for the future, a lot of what was discussed here today is well within our portfolio of important projects and important topics for the future. We're members of global committees such as GSCD for global diseases, infectious diseases. Here in Brazil, we have the opportunity, I think FAPESP is in a situation whereby we have an opportunity to be an important player in a lot of these very international subjects. And one of the things we would like to say is that our international collaborations are what makes this possible for us to be as good as we are and as advanced as we are in several areas. And obviously, the collaboration that we've had since 2011 with the University of Birmingham, I think shows that we have this ability to continue this collaboration well into the future. And I think this afternoon we're going to have a chat about that. And so I'd really like to thank everybody for coming and thank everybody for their contributions. And we'll have lunch and then we'll go and have another chat about some other topics about how we're going to hear forward. So on behalf of FAPESP, on behalf of Professor Marcio, who unfortunately had to go to another meeting, I'd like to thank you all very much for all the effort that you've put into this meeting today. Thank you.
You'll be relieved to hear that I don't have very much to add to that. I was sitting there throughout that thinking, how on earth am I going to summarize all of that? Because we covered such a range, didn't we? And I think myself that range is incredibly important. I hope, Adriana, you don't mind me quoting you, but when we were interviewing for the director of the Brazil Institute, at the University of Birmingham, one of the questions that I asked the candidates was, do you think we should really prioritize and only support certain areas, or should we just let 1,000 flowers bloom? And Adriana was very good because she's a forest ecologist and really interested in biodiversity. And she said, well, you know, biodiversity is really important in systems. You know, certain things will naturally grow and be a bit taller, but the breadth is really important too. And I think we got a sense of that here, that we definitely covered some of the major issues and challenges that we all think about. But it's really important too to support academic excellence wherever it is, and that's what we've always found with FAPESP. It's the scientific excellence which really matters, and I think came through in all of the sessions. I'm contractually obliged to promote just a couple of University of Birmingham things, if I could. FAPESP seed funding is that intermediate stage where there's already a project identified, it needs to be tested out, and then it goes on to bigger and better things. You heard from Sovan that it's now a multiplier of 20 to 1 that we're looking for. Oh, it's 30, sorry. Plenty. Well, actually, it's therefore no. It should be compound, not additive. So I think that will make it 32 or something like that. So very good. But to get to that FAPESP stage, we have a visiting fellowship scheme, so that just to form the initial links to find researchers at the University of Birmingham that you would like to work with, please contact us at the Brazil Institute. We have ways to bring our academics to Birmingham, our academics from Birmingham to Brazil, but also academics from Brazil to Birmingham, because actually it's the academic to academic link that starts everything. So please do get in touch with us if you would be interested in that. I mentioned the Chico Mendes chair earlier, which is the CAPES program for environmental sustainability, but in case people hadn't joined us for that earlier session, let me just remind you that we are encourage you to look at that if you work in the broad area of environmental sustainability. And I'll finish with the last statistic that colleagues from Birmingham will be bored to tears with, because I've been saying it. We've had on average, I think, something like 5 or 6 meetings a day over the last 5. So they will therefore have heard this almost 30 times. But when Birmingham, when we look at all of our publications as a university, they're cited 2.2 times the world average, field-weighted citation impact, as a footnote. When we look at that just with our Brazilian co-authors, it's multiplied by a factor of 3, so it's 6.6. Part of the reason why we love working in Brazil is because it's such a great place, and our colleagues here are friends and a pleasure to work with. But we also work here because it has such a magnifying effect on, and caipirinhas too. That's definitely true. At the end of the day, after we've done a great day's research, so we get the multiplier for citations, we get the multiplier for research grants. So we really look forward to collaborating even more in future. And a huge thanks to FAPESP for over a decade of partnership, for hosting us today, and for being so open to even more collaboration in the future, which we look forward to exploring after lunch. So thank you all, everyone. And I'll get out my selfie stick for a very, I think it's a group photo now. So let's see you all down the front. Okay.